It all started in 2013, when a handful of pioneers entered the scene, and Crypto Valley was born. In 2016, the city of Zug began accepting Bitcoin as a form of payment, bringing in a flood of new blockchain and crypto businesses. In 2019, Switzerland's first two crypto banks emerged, and 2021 saw the birth of the Swiss DLT Act. Now, 10 years later, Crypto Valley has grown into the most mature and prolific blockchain ecosystem globally. And in the heart of it all, where ideas collide and possibilities ignite, is CV Summit 2023. This is the gathering of visionaries, pioneers, and disruptors from across the globe. A convergence of minds pushing the boundaries of blockchain and beyond. Join hands with the brightest minds, forge connections that transcend borders, and be a part of the fourth industrial revolution. Get ready for a journey beyond imagination. CV Summit 2023, where blockchain meets the world.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for the second day of this CV Summit 2023. And I don't know about you, but I've enjoyed yesterday incredibly. How about you? Did you enjoy yesterday? Yes. Wonderful, and I do hope that the online audience also enjoyed the speeches, the fireside chats, as well as the panels of yesterday's inspirational performances as much as I have. And we have an entire day packed with similar performances for all of you. We will have keynote speeches of distinguished individuals of the industry, as well as fireside chats and panels aplenty. But all of that will be topped off by a very, very special treat for all of you. In our last session, we will have a movie premiere. This has not happened at the CV Summit yet. It will be a movie premiere of a movie never seen before. And it is here at the CV Summit 2023, where you will have the possibility to see this documentary for the first time. And the movie title will be Scale, Zero Knowledge and the Quest for the New Internet. There is nothing else to say, but do not miss it. Ladies and gentlemen, do not miss this treat, but also do not miss your chance to win one of the 4 100 Swiss francs vouchers. And how can you win those vouchers? By simply posting online about your experiences, your inspiration, and your exchanges here at the CV Summit 2023. Go on Twitter, go on LinkedIn, post with the hashtag CV Summit 2023, or just CV Summit, and you will be one of the 4 possible winners. Ladies and gentlemen, and now with the welcoming keynote of Heinz Tännler, government representative and the finance director of Zug, we will open the second day of the CV Summit 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you to the Crypto Valley here in Zug. The CV Summit is where developers, entrepreneurs, advisors, thinkers, politicians, and investors have converged for years to exchange ideas, learn from one another, and move forward together. It's a pleasure to be here in Zug. But let me be candid with you. When I first heard about blockchain, I felt like an alien who had landed on a foreign planet. This was back in 2016 when I had just become the finance director of the Kanton of Zug. I was invited to an event where a highly international crowd gathered discussing concepts and terms that were utterly foreign to me. They patiently tried to explain blockchain's revolutionary and disruptive technology, but it all seemed cryptic to me. However, I did feel a passion and enthusiasm coupled with an immense spirit that I had rarely encountered before. These young men and women were convinced they were creating something new, that they would change and conquer the world with fresh ideas and business models. That fascinated me. It was clear to me that a unique opportunity was unfolding for Zug and also for Switzerland. We were at the epicenter of technological development with the same potential as the internet did over 30 years ago. So, in 2018, I gladly offered myself as the first president of the Swiss Blockchain Federation, which bridged the gap between the crypto valley and the administration and also the politics in Bern. We work in committees to lay important foundations, published findings and research papers, and connect relevant stakeholders. We aim to ensure that Switzerland remains the world's leading blockchain hub. This requires the best possible conditions for innovative projects and innovatives that originate or settle here in Switzerland. You will hear more about this in the following discussion. We were fortunate during those years to be driven by a highly forward-thinking spirit. Former federal councillors Schneider-Ammann or Ueli Maurer were crucial promoters and ambassadors of the crypto valley. The Financial Market Authority was also open-minded and granted license to the world's first two crypto banks, SEBA here in Zug, and Signum in Zurich. This was in 2019. And furthermore, the Parliament passed a DLT or blockchain legislation, which is among the most innovative in the world. Regrettably, this positive spirit in Bern has somewhat waned. The initial excitement seems to have plateaued. FINMA appears uncertain and hesitant. At times, I feel they are overly cautious regarding approvals and advancements. We observe that other blockchain hubs, namely in London, Paris, or Hong Kong, are rapidly catching up, actively attracting companies from the United States and providing them with favorable regulatory environments. But we won't be discouraged by this. We will continue our political efforts because we are staunch believers in the Swiss blockchain ecosystem in the crypto valley. We know the advantage we possess, and we still hold excellent cards in our hands. We just can't afford to let them slip away lightly. I find great optimism in projects like Plan B in the city of Lugano, which aspires to become the most Bitcoin and crypto-friendly city in the world. Or the Kanton of Zug, which plans to invest 40 million Swiss francs in a groundbreaking blockchain institute that will be unparalleled globally. The Government Council of the Canton of Zug plans to provide initial funding for establishing a Zug Institute for Blockchain Research at the University of Lucerne. This support aims to bolster exciting blockchain research at the Lucerne University of Applied Science and Arts in Rotkreuz and create a collaborative platform. The goal is to harness both universities' blockchain research synergies, enhancing basic and applied research while boosting Zug's reputation as an innovative business hub. You will be hearing more about the Blockchain Institute in just a second. On behalf of the Zug government, I warmly welcome you to the CV Summit. And I congratulate Mathias Ruch and also his team for organizing the CV Summit, which is so crucial for the Crypto Valley. I'm thrilled that all of you present here today are contributing so enthusiastically to the success of the Crypto Valley. Thank you very much.
Research and development. Research and development is crucial for the innovation of every country, but especially so in Switzerland, which has been voted for the 13th year in a row, and just last week, as the most innovative country of the world. Now, our next fireside chat will be just about how we can keep this development going. Our next fireside chat will be about Crypto Valley, scaling to be the global epicenter for blockchain research. And it is my great pleasure, and with your help, to welcome up on stage the moderator of this panel, none other than the founder and CEO of CVVC, Mathias Ruch. He will be joined up on stage by the speaker we've just heard before, the president of the Swiss Blockchain Federation, Heinz Tännler. And we have with us also the director of the HSLU, the Hochschule Luzern, René Hüssler. Finally joined by the professor and vice president for research of the University of Lucerne, Alexander Drechsel.
Welcome, everybody on stage. Welcome here in the auditorium. Also, welcome to those joining us online for this short fireside chat about this initiative. We've just heard it. Great news for Crypto Valley. The Government Council of the Canton of Zug is planning to support this joint blockchain research initiative with 40 million. Let me start with you, Heinz. Are you something like a French king, a president that wants to create a monument for his life?
No, we don't build up this institute only for me. No, in the Canton of Zug, you know, we have the Crypto Valley with a lot of startups. I think 600 startups company with a lot of people. They work in the Crypto Valley, more than 1,000 people. And I think we are not only a canton for industry, for life science, for resource companies, etc. We are also a canton with innovation, with agility, and we look in the future. And therefore, the Crypto Valley, this is one thing, and the next step is now the research center, and we will build up this research center together with the University of Lucerne and also with René Hüssler from Brotkreuz. I think this is the normal next step.
Now, we are both very enthusiastic, of course, about Crypto Valley and blockchain. And you know, when you first told me about this institute, my reaction was initially very, very good, of course. I was wondering how this was with your colleagues in the council. Were they as enthusiastic as you were?
In the first time, I think no. This was not an easy process because this is something very new, blockchain technology. And then you have in mind also Bitcoin, speculation, etc. But we had a lot of discussion in our government, also supported by these two men, by these two colleagues. And at the end, we had clear the opinion, yes, the government support to build up now this institute, this blockchain institute.
As you said, I mean, you are the initiators of this great initiative. So I see two smiling faces here, René Hüssler from Directorate at Hochschule Luzern and Alex Drechsler, Vice President for Research at the University of Lucerne. Maybe I start with you, Alex. Can you tell us how this idea came about?
Well, thank you, Matthias. Yes, well, it came about under the shower, basically. Thinking about what we could do at the University of Lucerne, together with our surrounding cantons, and Zug is one of them in the field of fundamental research. And Zug, being at the heart of the crypto valley, of course, has a clear interest in developing and further creating an ecosystem that also has an academic component where research is undertaken. And so, I told myself, get out of the shower, dry up, and forget about it, because it's going to be a big thing. And I have enough on my plate, but it was stronger than myself. And I convinced didn't take long, convinced the Directorate of the university to approach Heinz Tännler. And we did so 2 years ago. And then HSLU and René Hüsler came on board, and we started discussing the setup of this initiative.
So the initiative, I mean, the term initiative is maybe a bit unclear, so not very tangible. René, maybe there's a lot into this initiative, so it consists of several aspects. Can you explain what this initiative means?
Yeah, thank you. As you mentioned, actually, there are two universities here sitting at the same table, and I think this is the main ingredients to this research, joint research initiative. It's on one side the Institute from the University of Lucerne, where they actually built up this research in the human science, actually primarily, and then on our side, we already are active in the research, in the technological research of blockchain, and also in the finance sector to see what's actually going on there, and we actually strengthen these activities and then bring these two competences together. And I think this is the main issue, and then actually we have this third element, which is this hub. And the hub is on one side, it's actually the binding, let's say, the chain between our two universities, where we really bring these different topics together, try to actually increase the activities in that field, see where are new possibilities actually to do some additional work, and what's also quite important actually for the outreach, where we really want to bring what we've done there, the research activities, also bring to the public on one side, but also to the community. And these are the three pillars, which is this joint research initiative is built on.
The first time I heard about this initiative, what I thought was very interesting is that it is not like many other institutes around the globe, universities focusing on the technology itself, or maybe some others focus on the economic impact, but basically everything else. Why is research in the areas besides technology so important? Maybe Alex, you want to start?
Yes, we do know by now that blockchain technology, Web3, has the potential to profoundly change society, all walks of life. And what is missing is from the social human sciences reflections and studies about the impact of blockchain technology on citizens, businesses, states, any kind of intermediaries you can think of that blockchain can do without. And this may really lead to profound changes, and we need scientific research to get a grasp, a hold on this phenomenon.
But apart from that, I think there are still quite a lot of open technological questions, how actually this technology can be inserted or included in different applications and different branches. And I think there is really, on our side also, quite a good fit to have this technology foundation, but then build up also and to see in which direction is the human research activities actually is built together.
May I add something to what has just been said? We don't look at this entire initiative as segmented into disciplinary pillars, but we really want to create something interdisciplinary, and that reaches out also to the technological side, the financial side, in which the Lucerne University of Applied Sciences and Arts is more competent. Lots of groundbreaking research nowadays combines these different disciplines. So there are technological developments within research agendas coming from political science or sociology or philosophy, etc., where experiments are undertaken and where you can actually say something about causality. And so there is a huge potential for mutual collaboration, and I'm very much looking forward to that exchange.
So you are researchers. You have to say it's needed, of course, right? So, but maybe from the Kanton's perspective, Heinz, why does Zug need a blockchain institute?
Yeah, I said this is the next step. We have the Crypto Valley here in Zug. We have a lot of people in this Crypto Valley, and I think we have also other projects. You can pay taxes with Bitcoin and Ether. With a special process. We have other projects in this area. And I think this is the next step to build up such an institute. I think this is also very good for the Crypto Valley, for the renommee of the Crypto Valley. And I think you will see. We support for 5 years with 40 million Swiss francs this initiative. And at the end, we have to evaluate also. After 3 years, we have to do this. But I'm sure this will be at the end very successful, and this will help also the Crypto Valley and the blockchain technology, etc., etc.
So a logical next step for
and it's also very good for our reputation. Not only Glencore. is in the newspaper.
Okay.
We have another initiative, and I think for the reputation, this is also a good thing.
A logical next step. A logical next step, of course, will be to define who is working at that institute. I mean, how many people will work there? How many chairs will we have? So, can you say something about that?
First, I'd start, and I think then you're building up. I think we're already quite active in that field. I would say Hochschule already has about, let's say, between 10 and 15 people working on different topics in the blockchain field, and we're try to increase these activities. And also we see that actually what you just said before is actually that the topic blockchain is not just an isolated issue that you can cover, because it's very connected. I mean, it's quite complex. You have different parties that actually play a role in that field, and that's also why that we have to increase these activities and then increase them towards the university. And then what's going on there, I think, Alex, you can describe this.
Yes, thank you, René. This institute that we want to set up is conceptualized around 9 different chairs, covering all sorts of disciplines, from macroeconomics to philosophy, from political science to private law, from public law to psychology, etc., etc. So that we really have a wide span of disciplinary competence. And a chair is usually somebody like us, a person that is a professor and that leads a research team. And so we don't only bring research to the Canton of Zug, we will also bring researchers to the Canton of Zug. And that's quite important when we speak about the reputation, etc., but also the workplace and what the industry can get back from this knowledge that we bring to Zug. There will be PhD students, there will be people that write the doctorate on smart contracts, let's say. There are people that are working at the postdoctoral level that already have a PhD. And there is, of course, all the international connections that we have, this incredible network that both institutions bring in, that will also, I think, mark a really important step forward for the research community globally.
You are mentioning the research community, so we're talking people. Human resources. In blockchain, we often discuss about the war of talent. It's a scarce resource. I guess that's no different in your field and your area of expertise. You once told me that the Silicon Valley has Stanford, and we want to be the institute for Zug, the blockchain institute for Zug. So it's a bold vision. Is that even possible to attract talent like that in this area, in Zug here?
Yes, I do believe that's the case, because this is not a minor initiative. The institute, the entire initiative, will be the most important research initiative in the field of blockchain in the world. And we have a critical mass of researchers and research endeavors in both our institutions in Zug that we hope will attract the best talents Of course, this will be a challenge. We're looking forward to being able to recruit world-class scientifics to Zug, but Zug has a lot to offer, and being part of such a kind of university startup can be extremely rewarding.
Yeah, I would say Zug is already worldwide known as the heart of Crypto Valley, and I think that's today is mostly, let's say, the companies and all that activities around this, which is quite interesting for Heinz Tännler. But I think with this initiative also we bring researchers, which are already, some of them are here, actually attract them also and then bring them together. And as you just described, it's not only research, but it's also the combinations with the society, with the companies and all that stuff. Actually, that gives an additional value to these activities or to this initiative, which the Kanton Zug really tries to push it forward.
Maybe to come to an end with this panel, I mean, for now, this initiative is not final, so it has to go through a political process.
Yes.
So when is it going to be here, and how is that going to happen, Heinz?
Yeah, this is a very long process. In Switzerland, all political processes are very long. We, I think 2.5 years ago, we started this project. I told to you first in the government. We were in the government 3-4 times with papers, big discussions. And now we have the decision of the government. And now we had started the process in the parliament, I think 2 months ago. And tomorrow we have the first commission for the second time. And I'm very happy about the reaction of this commission. Then we have to go to a second commission. And in the second commission, I think we will start in November, December. And after that, we go in the parliament. And in the parliament, I think we start in January or February next year with the first Lesung. Was ist Lesung?
With the consultation.
With the first
reading.
Reading, consultation.
The first reading, and then 2 months later, the second reading. And I'm very optimistic. I think we are at the end successful, I'm sure. And then we can open the institute, I think, at the end of 2024. I think you need also a preparation time, of course, but in the next year, at the end of the next year, we have the big inauguration.
Let's make this tangible. 1 to 10 level of optimism. We start with Alex that next year during the CV Summit we have the institute up and running. 1 to 10, 1 no, 10 yes of course.
11.
René?
Yeah, it was the same.
Heinz?
10.
Yes.
Yes is 10. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for our esteemed fireside chatters. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to now welcome up on stage for our first panel of the second day, the moderator of the next panel. Her name is Effi Pilarino. She is a Swiss-based global fintech influencer. Effi Pilarino. Effi, she will be moderating the panel on stablecoins, enabling stability and financial inclusion. And joining her up on stage will be the senior advisor of Edelcoin, Dr. Mattia Rattaggi. As well as the head of crypto Europe from Visa, Maike Hoanong. We have the managing director of Coinbase Germany, Jan Sell. And finally, and last but not least, the director of EU strategy and policy from Circle, Patrick Hansen.
Hello, everybody. Although I can't see you all, I just want to make sure that you're up to an exciting panel today. If you think that stablecoins and fiat-backed stablecoins are boring, I'm going to change your mind. They are not boring. They are not anymore just the on-ramps and off-ramps to crypto exchanges. They are much more, and we'll be talking today about what needs they're filling, what's the potential, who are they serving, and what's the social benefit, economic, if you want, cumulative benefit of these stable coins within the innovation of payments and much more. So excited to have you all here. Please, take the opportunity to introduce briefly yourselves when I ask you questions. And I want to start with you, Meike. Thank you for joining. You are with a company that I think is one of the big fintech innovators, Visa, and who's not shy at all to rethink its business beyond cards. So what is the new announcement that you've made that I'm excited about, which is about cross-border settlements with stable coins, and you've already announced collaborations with merchant acquirers, WorldPay and Nuvei. So what is that serving?
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you so much for having us and for the opportunity to talk a little bit of what we do in the stablecoin space. As mentioned, I am part of Visa. I don't think I need to explain who Visa is. And I'm responsible for our crypto business in Europe. And maybe before I explain a little bit about what the benefits are of that stablecoin pilot that we've done, I started saying how Visa maybe thinks about crypto, what that stablecoin settlement capability is, and then maybe we can touch a little bit on the benefits. Now, at Visa, we want to add value to all forms of money movement, whether that's within our own network or beyond our network. And as such, we support an array of ways to pay and to be paid. And we also study new technologies that may impact the future of payments, right? And so this settlement capability is basically an extension of our business, where we're looking into a new form of how money is being moved cross-border. And it's a really important milestone in our efforts to improve cross-border payments. Now, what is settlement? You probably never heard of it when you're not working in payments, but it's a back-end process that is part of the payment processing that happens at the end of the day, where money is being moved between thousands of institutions across the globe every day. Now, what that pilot is it's an extension of the capability for these, in this case, acquirer participants, pilot participants, Nuvei and WorldPay, to receive the settlement in USDC via Ethereum or Solana network. Now, the question is, what is the benefit of that? It could be multiple benefits, right? It's still early. It's a piloting mode, but we believe that it could increase flexibility for those acquirers or also issuers. We've done a first pilot with Crypto.com in 2021 already. That it can increase the flexibility and the option for settling with Visa. And that flexibility, of course, can also translate into an increased speed. Blockchain enables immediacy, and so there is potential, obviously, to settle maybe beyond existing settlement operating hours. So that's it in a nutshell.
I mean, the frictions in cross-border payments are well known. So, as you said, we will see how this goes, but it's definitely a major innovation that everybody can benefit from.
Maybe important just to mention that it doesn't change anything at the consumer end, the way the consumer pays, that's all staying the same.
Yes, it's what happens behind the scenes, right? It's at the rails level. Jan, with Coinbase. Coinbase is not just a crypto exchange, but help us understand how USDC stable coins fit into the ecosystem and what kind of needs you serve through stable coins for your clients.
Sure. Well, first of all, hi everyone. I'm Jan, Managing Director of Coinbase in Germany. Coinbase is a fairly large crypto exchange. You may have heard of it. We use USDC in a number of ways. think we're quite finding more and more use cases for stablecoins. For example, we have an international derivatives exchange that we're in the process of setting up where stablecoins also allow direct on-chain settlement, 24/7 settlement. Have a lot of benefits for institutional clients on that end. We also are able to allow basically free USDC send and receives on certain networks, including L2s like Base, the Coinbase's own L2, which makes for essentially free remittances for users that have Coinbase accounts in multiple countries or want to send USDC from one country to another. Similar kind of cross-border issues. We're also able to pass on certain rewards to certain users, allowing for almost a savings account type of situation for users that hold USDC in certain countries as well.
Interesting. And Patrick, we could have a whole session on the issues that you focus on, which are related to policy. With Circle, I wanted to ask you your point of view around the euro-backed stablecoin. I mean, admittedly, it's a latecomer to the fiat stablecoin market, which we all know is dominated by dollar-backed coins. What's interesting to me is that I see dollar-backed coins as helping the dollar sort of mitigate its decline as a reserve currency because it will be used more. But the dollar has been losing its reserve status not because the euro is eating into it, it's because of other smaller emerging coins. And we are not seeing any stable coins of those. We're seeing shyly the euro, and I think that the capitalization is very low, like 44 million, right? Something like that. Tell us how you see the euro stable coin and why we're not seeing more other stable coins of these developing country currencies. Give us a picture at a more international level or a more global currency level of stable coins.
Sure, happy to. And first of all, hi everyone, my name is Patrick. I work as Director for EU Strategy and Policy at Circle. And really glad to be here. It's actually my first time in Zug and quite impressed by the scenery. So kudos to everyone who lives here. So stablecoins and euro stablecoins specifically, you're totally right. The current market is entirely dollarized. I think it's like 99.6 or 7% of the market. And I think there's multiple reasons for that. I think the most important one is probably that right now the crypto markets are a little bit insulated from the rest of the economy and from the real world markets and even the traditional financial markets. And so in these, I would say, at least partly insulated crypto capital markets that exist today in CeFi and DeFi, the network effects of existing dollar stablecoins are just very, very hard to catch up because liquidity begets liquidity, and just building on top of the existing stablecoins makes everything easier, cheaper, and safer because there's just more liquidity out there. And so I would say that's probably the major reason why US dollar-denominated stablecoins have just such a massive advantage right now over other currencies. With respect to euro stablecoins specifically, I think one barrier to their adoption, at least in the past, was also the missing regulatory clarity that I'm also spending most of my time working on, and that has changed now, right? With the adoption of MiCA in the European Union, I think there's a clear path for euro stablecoins to be offered and to be used in a regulatory compliant and safe way. And so I would say, looking at these two trends I just mentioned, I am very optimistic about the future of euro stablecoins because I see a lot of developments right now that would suggest that we see those two major reasons at least losing in significance. With respect to the crypto markets, I think what we're seeing is that the more speculative part of it is losing in importance relative to the total market. So we're seeing with respect to stablecoins, for example, that their market cap, has been pretty, I would say, constant over the last couple of months. There was maybe 10-15% drop compared to crypto trading, which dropped like 60 or 70%. So stablecoins are more and more used for, I would say, non-speculative activities, just used for payments, to store value, for example. And we're also talking a lot, I'm sure yesterday has been talked about that as well, the tokenization of real-world assets, how crypto markets more and more interact and connect to the real economies and the traditional markets. And as that happens, I think in the European Union, both individuals but also companies will be incentivized to use euro units of accounts just for regulatory reasons, for tax reasons, accounting reasons, etc. So that's trend number one. And then the second one, I already touched on it. So the regulatory clarity, I think we have seen a couple of announcements already in the last few months of large institutional players entering the euro stablecoin market. We are obviously doubling down also on our efforts with URC. And so I'm pretty optimistic that euro stablecoins will gain in market share in the near future.
Patrick, what are the sort of top MiCA items that you would say you feel have the potential to unlock value going forward?
I would say the big piece is really just the fact that now there is a clear framework to operate under. And so every single company, startup, I don't know, even Zug-based startups are really, they just have to look at the existing rules that have been adopted, and they can tick the boxes. They look at the governance, the reserve requirements, liquidity requirements, etc. And they can build a safe and sound business model on top of that. And that's really a game changer. That, to be honest, does not exist in many other jurisdictions. So I think that could be an advantage for the European Union. There is some like details, especially when it comes to stablecoins, in the MiCA framework that are, I would say, challenging, with respect to some of the capital requirements, or even the fact that an e-money token, so a fiat-backed stablecoin under MiCA, will be both a crypto asset but also a form of e-money, and therefore count as fiat fund, and therefore will have to comply with like multiple different frameworks like the e-money directive, potentially the payment service directive, but also MiCA. So these are just a few of the challenging items, but overall the regulatory clarity trumps all of that.
Interesting. Mattia, over to you. You are an advisor to Edelcoin, which is not a fiat-backed stablecoin. It's backed by 5, I think, metals. So I want to ask you what need Edelcoin fulfills. And I'm curious because if we look at the gold-backed tokens that have been issued, for years from different issuers, they didn't really have that much traction. So what is the need that Edelcoin, you think, fulfills? What's special, and how does it fit in this stablecoin ecosystem that's growing?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. On my side, I am, as you said, an advisor here in the space out of Zug in the Web3 space for 7 years now. And I like to, help project becoming stable startups at the end. That's what I do. Now to Edelcoin, well, first of all, of course, we don't have to discuss the need for stable coins because they are there. Suffice to, it's enough to say that on the volume-based, the first cryptocurrency globally is a stable coin on a volume-based. And amongst the top 10, there are 2 or 3 stable coins in market cap. So they fulfill 2 needs, right? One, they are really the blood of the cryptocurrency markets, without which they would not function as they do. And secondly, to the Visa case, they now also fulfill a role to expedite cross-border transactions with much less time and also less costs. There are a few use cases there that are really interesting. Now, the current dominating stablecoins are pegged to fiat, or to one fiat. And I think with Edelcoin, I like the Edelcoin project because I was approached by people that said we need something else. We need to try to go where the ball will be, or to push the ball in another corner and provide diversification to the market of stablecoins. So, the fiat base, basically stablecoins comes with, I think, two more or less major problems if you want to recognize them as such. One is that they are inflationary as much as the fiats. Yeah, so the more you are exposed to a stablecoin pegged to the US dollar, the more you are actually holding US dollar, and that's it, and the purchasing power has declined steadily. This happens obviously with other fiat currency in general, particularly when you have hyperinflation. And the second problem is even major. It's about the reserves. The value and the trust in a stablecoin depends on the management of the reserves. If there are doubts about the management of the reserves, you are going to experience a run on your stablecoin. The last example that happened was in spring, when the USDC that invested, I think, 2 or 3% of their reserves in the Silicon Valley Bank was subject to a run because there were doubts that the Silicon Valley Bank would be viable, and the peg was lost for a few moments. So it tells the story, right? So the advantage of this Edelcoin is that there are three advantages. One is that it is pegged not to fiat but to 5 metals in this case. Therefore, perhaps you have a chance to actually hedge yourself against the deflationary influence on the fiat currency. The second is that the reserves is absolutely not invested because it is there even before the coin is minted, and nobody will touch it unless something happened to the place where they are held. They are there and they are not invested. You are not going to experience a financial risk on the reserves. And the third innovation is that for the first time, we have stable coins backed by portfolio of, in this case of metals, it could be a portfolio of currency. I mean, somebody tried a long time ago to do that. Yeah?
We know that one.
And this is an advantage because you experience these portfolio effects that can further stabilize the coin. So, did I answer all the questions?
Well, with respect to gold, the gold tokens have not been that big of a gold-backed tokens, bigger success. So why does this Edelcoin have some potential?
You think of the potential to become successful. Yes, I mean, the gold token, has not been very successful. I think gold is a story that is an old soup, right, first of all. And secondly, I think it's only one metal. And I think third, you have it's bankable. Yeah, I mean, people can buy gold in financial or monetary form since ages. These metals that we are bringing to the markets, we are really bringing them. I mean, you can't buy them today, but in kind. And therefore, there is also this kind of new asset class that comes to the market as a byproduct of this Edelcoin. And maybe I should also stress that the pricing of these metals, which are all pretty rare and used in technology that are modern, the price of these metals is very stable in volatility terms because they are really priced by few institutes worldwide, recognized as such, and not that frequent. And therefore, they provide, in terms of volatility, a much higher stability than anything else.
When I hear you talking about this type of stable coin, I'm thinking, how we've blurred the lines between what we consider as payment options, if you want, our current deposit accounts and then the investment accounts. You're kind of blurring that and making it really bankable by tokenizing it. And we live in a world where we're going to have many options, right? So the question to you, an open question to all of you, is in this world where there's, the variety of stable coins, we haven't even mentioned the algorithmic because they've shrunk, but we're going to see even more backed by real-world assets. As we discussed yesterday, we will have central bank digital currencies, tokenized deposits, you name it, parallel to the innovations that are going on in the traditional now fintech world. So what do you think is sort of what will be the winner of stablecoins or its position within this ecosystem? What do you think can be the differentiation? What should we be looking for? And also the question is, all these innovations are promising and delivering efficiencies, mainly in terms of cost, but also in terms of transparency and speed, which of course, speed in this context means money. So will the society as a whole benefit because we're reducing costs? I mean, I was looking at the numbers of payment revenues in the whole system in 2022, and it's $2.2 trillion. We can reduce that. That's a cost to the system, revenue to some companies. And then the question is, can we reduce that? Can we pass it, through to customers? So those two questions, feel free to give your opinions where you see stable coins within this competitive, if you want, environment.
Shall I start? So I think the key primitives and technologies, blockchain technologies, will be in the future deeply embedded in the ecosystem, right? And that may take a variety of forms. It may be a stablecoin, it may be a CBDC, it may be a tokenized deposits, right? But then the question is, what will be adopted and what will be successful? And that, again, depends on a variety of factors. I think the regulatory certainty is a big one, to have safeguards and standards, which we don't have in all parts of the world. Just in Europe, we do have security now, but not in every part of the world. Another factor is also, I think, the product market fit, which we're seeing for stablecoins in some of the use cases, whether it's streaming micropayments or cross-border disbursements. There is a clear product market fit. But also, I think there could be other use cases for other types of digital currencies, for NFTs being deployed for identity, or DeFi for lending and borrowing. And so it ultimately depends on the product market fit and some of these other factors like regulatory standards. Now, whether it really can decrease the cost for society, I think from a Visa perspective, we believe that the technologies can truly improve the overall cost of how money is being moved globally. Right? It can decrease the cost, it can increase the speed, and if you increase the speed, it can, again, decrease the cost. And also financial inclusion, it's in the title, but we didn't really touch upon it yet. But it may provide new means for people who are underbanked or unbanked to access financial services. And so all of these things combined, I think, over time will certainly have the potential to be a benefit to the society overall.
I mean, as I hear you, comes to mind that demand for dollars in certain countries and regions is very high, and obviously stable coins in that respect are an innovation that helps financial inclusion because it gives that access to dollars that they wouldn't have otherwise. And in some of these countries, Africa and Nigeria are a great example where the CBDC there was not a success because people really wanted dollars. That's what they need, not a digital form of their own currency. So I guess it does depend. It's very different what we need here and what will be adopted here in Switzerland, right? And other. Patrick, I hear you smiling.
I'm personally super excited about the optionality of the future and just the different types of potential units of accounts, etc., that we could be using, and everyone is just free to essentially vote with his or her wallet, right? Which is great, and I think that's great for the market in general if there is innovation and competition. I think what we're seeing right now in the market is quite clear, though. If we look at the data, people want to use fiat-backed stablecoins. If we look at settlement volume, there's like 11 trillion settled through fiat-backed stablecoins in 2022. If we look at global holders, I think we're about like between 20 and 25 million global holders of fiat-backed stablecoins. Many of those are weekly or monthly users. So we see massive adoption of fiat-backed stablecoins all over the world with the benefits that some of you mentioned. And so, just looking at the near-term future, I think we should base our outlook on just real-world adoption data, and I think it clearly right now points to people want to pay with fiat as their unit of accounts today. How that will change in the future, nobody knows, and nobody can predict that. But I think for now, the product market fit and the adoption of fiat-backed stablecoins is quite evident.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I think stablecoins, now that they've started to gain real traction also in the institutional market, are kind of an enabling factor for tokenization, right? Because the combination of stablecoins and the tokenized asset allow for real-time on-chain settlement, which provides settlement with a certain finality and all the good benefits that blockchain bring, and also the whole 24/7 and constant settlement. It's a very different world from the old world of traditional finance, where very little has changed in the many years that I worked in finance. If you still look at settlement times for a lot of those instruments, this is a real step forward, which would bring huge cost savings to those institutions that start to get involved.
So real-world asset growth will lift also stable fiat-backed stablecoin market.
Yeah, I think well, 2 points. I mean, financial inclusion needs to improve, and cross-border transaction needs to become more efficient. And digital money in any form can help that, is helping that. Now, I think for the future, we will see a coexistence of CBDCs, because they are going to come, stable coins in all sorts of form, and tokenized deposits is a very strong proposition as well, because it comes directly from the regulated banking sector. I think that fiat-based stablecoin will continue to dominate simply because they represent the legal tender. But let the 1,000 flowers bloom. I mean, we need diversification, we need optionalities. And if I think about real-world asset-based stablecoins, they do bring a potential for hedging against loss of purchasing power, and they offer a much better precondition for the reserves. So these are two important atouts for the real-world based stablecoins that might make a difference.
Is it fair to say that stablecoins, no matter what they are backed with, is really an innovation that is bridging the two worlds, the crypto world and the traditional world, and the fintech, the old school innovators? It's really one of those innovations that are bringing everybody together. Do you agree?
Yeah.
I wouldn't agree with the no matter what they're backed with part, but with the rest, yes.
Yeah. That's a good one. Thank you so much for your insights.
Thanks.
I guess we will.
Thank you so much, Effie, and your panel on stablecoins. Thank you so much. Now, I am really excited about our next speaker. And he's going to be speaking and delivering a keynote speech about forging the way to an interconnected and open metaverse. He's a leader in digital entertainment, blockchain, and gamification. He has been gaming since 2012. He has been blockchain gaming since 2018. And he has served as the first CEO of Animoca Brands after taking it public in 2015. Altogether, he's intimately familiar with the metaverse. So who better to talk about forging the way to an interconnected and open metaverse? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, and with a warm round of applause, the CEO of investments at Animoca Brands, Robbie Young.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Let me just check. There we go, some slides. My name is Robbie Young, and I'm here today to talk to you about the metaverse. And why am I talking about the metaverse today? Mainly because, I spend a lot of time there, and over the last few months, I've noticed that apparently the metaverse is dead. So I was concerned, and I thought I should look into it and make sure. Is the metaverse okay? Well, when I looked into it a little bit, what I discovered was a very vibrant world of millions of people who have been largely excluded from the global financial system, living, working, playing, gaming, doing all kinds of things, and in fact generating over $30 billion of economic activity in the past year, managing treasuries in excess of $12 billion. You know, economic activity when viewed in the abstract, greater than, you know, over 100 countries in the world. And this is all geared around the idea of the metaverse. Most of you think, when I say the word metaverse, of particular types of technology. But I would argue that actually what you see here, 3D immersive worlds, this is actually a way to access the metaverse. This is not the metaverse in and of itself. It's a way to get there. What the metaverse is, that I'm talking about, is the open metaverse. And the open metaverse is fundamentally run on the infrastructure of blockchain, because it's based on the principle of digital ownership. Because when we own stuff, it gives us power. And for example, the treasuries that I was referring to, that the metaverse controls, these are DAOs. And these treasuries are not beholden to centralized authorities. These are managed in a decentralized fashion by individual communities who have organized across the open metaverse. And the banking system of the metaverse, which is roughly the size of New Zealand or Singapore, is DeFi. And DeFi provides the financial infrastructure for the open metaverse. And when we think about it, it's only possible because of Web3, because of the digital ownership of assets across the metaverse, whether it's virtual items or virtual currencies, virtual land, and the fact that we can transact these digital items amongst each other. But the way that we access the metaverse has to be inclusive and broad-based. So we access the metaverse through things like our mobile phones. It's a big, messy, inclusive metaverse out there, the open metaverse, because it's based on the foundations of Web3. And the reason we find this important is because we actually spend such a large amount of our time in the metaverse. In fact, the majority of our time when it comes to Asia, where we're based. All this time we spend in the metaverse, we're spending largely working for large, centralized software platforms. And so what we find ourselves in is a world where we become the product. Our data is being harvested by these large Web2 platforms, and they are gaining knowledge from that data. So for example, think of us as training data for an AI model. But the problem is that that AI model, that ChatGPT that results, that knowledge is not shared with us. We're just the providers of the data. We have no stake in the outcome. So what's important is, in Web3, you actually have ownership in the network. You have a stake in the network. So this changes the dynamic of how we think about being participants in the metaverse. We're not just being used for our information, but we're also becoming stakeholders in that network. And so if you think of the ramifications of this for something like gaming, where we spend a lot of time, over $100 billion a year is spent to rent virtual goods in games. Now you might think, I'm buying Fortnite skins, I'm buying a sword, I'm buying an upgraded car. You're not. You're renting it. You don't own it. And that's an important distinction, because when we think about the future of the open metaverse, this is one of the opportunities as we transition people from being renters to being owners in Web3. Once you have NFTs and tokenization, you can buy virtual land, you can buy virtual items, and you can have a stake in that network. And once you have these digital assets that you own, there's all kinds of things you can do with them. Because of the existence of assets we own, other industries end up getting created on the back. Because I own a car, I can have a petrol station. I can manufacture tires. I can have Uber, because I own a car. So what happens when you own a digital asset? And so we move from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism. And why is this important? Because when we think about the world and about ownership, the reason it matters is because countries that have the highest protections, legal protections for ownership and the best property rights, tend to have the highest income levels. And so it seems like a lot of human prosperity is intimately linked with property rights. So if we look at what's happened in our space. Last year, about $30 billion of money was paid to owners and creators in Web3 for the intellectual property that they generated. In Web2, not so much. If you look at Spotify, which is the largest single Web2 platform, they paid out about $9 billion to creators and owners last year. But the main difference is that Web3, about 20 million people, addressable market, the total audience of people who own NFTs. Spotify, 900 million. So it gives you an idea of which platform and which methodology is putting more into the hands of creators. So I'll leave you with that thought for today. Digital property rights are very important because they are intimately related to prosperity and freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robbie, for your very insightful keynote speech. And we are staying with gaming. Our next panel discussion will be about gaming and the creative economy, driving the next generation of users to Web3. This panel will be hosted by none other but Alisa Alexeva, the CMO and head of Web3 at Kublai, as well as a founding member of Women in Web3 Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Alisa Alexeva. She's being joined up on stage by McKenna, co-founder and CEO of Dacoco Alien Worlds. And I am sure you all remember him. We have the CEO of Animoca Brands, Robbie Young. Followed by the CFO at Group Chilis, Julien Lapique. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, the CEO of Fungis.io, Duke Vu.
All right, hi everyone. And thank you to my panelists for being here today. I'm super excited. I just have to call out the elephant in the room. If you're a woman in Web3 and you're not wearing silver, are you a woman in Web3? Anyway, so today we're talking about Web3 gaming. I just want to get a pulse check before we start. Who in the audience is a gamer or considers themselves a gamer? Cool, okay. Keep your hand up if you consider yourself a Web3 gamer. And keep it up if you are also a blockchain developer. All right. Cool, we'll get back to that later. So first up, let's talk about the history of Web3 gaming. And Sarah, I'll give that question to you, if you could lead us through a little bit where we are, how far we've come, and the evolution of the token economy there.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Sarah McKenna. Everybody, nice to see you all here today. Co-founder and CEO of Dacoco. We're the people that launched the Alien Worlds Metaverse, homegrown right here in Zug. Most played blockchain game in the world for a couple of years. And you use NFTs, you play within DAOs, which are on-chain teams competing against each other within this metaverse, this open metaverse in which users are really at the core of the experience rather than there being a kind of centrality around the company that owns the end-to-end experience. So yeah, so where are we in blockchain gaming? I think there's a couple of strands to that. There's a kind of user experience story and the technology having evolved from sort of consoles to PC gaming to mobile gaming. There's that part of the trajectory, but I think that one of the things that it's really useful to think about blockchain gaming in terms of is tokenization and tokens being really fundamental to how users interact with the games that they're playing, and also why we ended up creating blockchain games in the first place. So, the first iteration of tokens in the story of blockchain were just fungible tokens, right? In which you could just store and transmit value. And then we had blockchains that became more sophisticated and you could do more with them, smart contract chains like Ethereum and onward. And then you began to be able to think about actually running applications on a blockchain. So beginning to think, could you create game actions that weren't just using a token to transmit value, but were actually encoding some of the game itself onto the chain. And then we had NFTs, which represented unique items. And of course, in a game, that's a useful thing to be able to represent, right? You might want a sword, or you might want a piece of land, or you might want to, have an avatar that you represent as an NFT, or to be able to represent levels or certain types of relationships between people as being NFTs. And so that was a really important part of the story of how we could create a game running on a blockchain, was that we had fungible tokens that could represent these aggregate forms of power, reward, value. And then we had NFTs that could represent unique items that might be useful in various places. And then we have a next iteration of what we can do with tokens, which is DAOs, DAO tokens, which is representing groups of people acting together that feel a membership and an allegiance to each other as represented by the token on chain and by the DAO account on chain. And this is teams, right? And teams are super significant in the story of some types of games. And that adds another dimension to what we can represent on chain. And of course, every time we can tokenize something, every time we can represent something on the blockchain and sort of express its value that way, we open up a lot of possibilities. We open up the possibility for co-ownership. We open up the possibility for other people developing into a platform, especially if that application is running on a public permissionless chain. We open up the possibility that you don't just have a single founding or a single governing company that creates it, but you might have numerous, this is Sui's definition, or part of his definition of the metaverse is an interconnected series of platforms. And once you have tokenization and you're running these quite complex applications on a blockchain, what you have is different parties providing different touch points for the users. So the wallet might be run by somebody, some of the games might be run by somebody, some of the NFTs or some of the tokens might be run by somebody, but there might be another group that's creating DAOs over there, and they would all be considered to be part of one tokenomic environment, one game, one metaverse. This opens up a lot of value and different business models, different gaming models, and really a whole new paradigm of gaming.
Cool, thanks. That's super robust. Robbie, what's your perspective on that with the shift from Web 2 to Web 3 gaming, and also what makes a game decentralized?
Sure, thank you. I think to follow on what Sarah was saying, I think it's really about the idea that you can open up game environments, because if we think about what Web 2 games are, they're closed economies, and they're closed economies built around the vision of the game developer, but everything that's done in there is maniacally controlled by the game developer because they want it to work in a very specific and singular way. And this was designed because we had closed game platforms. We had console games with cartridges, and nothing was upgradable, and you played it for a while, and that was the origins of gaming. But as we've migrated to an interconnected, largely online-based game experience where most of our content comes to us progressively, where we're subscribing to new content updates and update packs, and we're creating user-generated content. In this much more flexible environment, we think it makes a lot more sense to start to decentralize these games so that people can contribute in real time to experiences together, which is exactly what Sarah was talking about. Why shouldn't I be able to create content in alien worlds, or provide economic value to players there and be a participant in that economy, just the way we do in the physical economy? I may not live in Zug, but I can have a business here, I can be a customer of shops here, I can have economic activity together because we're in an interconnected world.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Duke, for you, it's kind of been a shift toward the other way. So Fungi started as a Web 3-based company, and now you're expanding into Web 2. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I'm probably building the youngest company among all of people right here, but I would like to share my experience. We're building Fungi.io, which is NFT marketplace, a white label platform to build NFT marketplaces into your games, and also Web 2 games to self-publish your games through your own storefronts. So what we have learned with interacting with the Web 3 games, we began with building the product for the NFT games out there, is that it's just a very early market. There's around 164 playable Web3 games right now. Maybe 2,000 of them are in total, and so it's a very young, it's very early, and grateful for Animoca Brands, all of you here investing in your time into building products for this Web3 community. From our side, the first reason is that one, I think that every game in the future will be Web3, will have some kind of blockchain element into their games. And so we won't call them Web2 or Web3 games. It's just going to be games. And the point of making games is to have fun, right? And so if it's going to be decentralized assets or centralized assets, it's going to be probably the same. But I think that there's a huge value in implementing Web3 and decentralized assets into the games, especially in MMORPG world where we have peer-to-peer trading. I'm talking about Blizzard, Activision, World of Warcraft, Diablo, where there's a lot of trading on auction houses. That's where decentralization and owning immutable assets on the blockchain has the most value. And so I think that will be the future. It just will take time for Web3 games to be popular. And two, we think that as a VC-funded startup, our goal is to grow as much as possible. And so that's why we are expanding into Web2. And by that way, we have now 4,000 customers who are using our platform. That maybe in the future, there will be a chance for them to translate their games into Web3. And we are there. We have already the platform, and we are already onboarding Web2 games to the platform. So there's a chance for them to make their games Web3 compatible.
And do you all see like a threshold to entry into Web3 gaming as being like, you have to be a Web3 or a blockchain developer to play in the space?
I'll take that. No, I don't think so at all. I think that it's about infrastructure and about onboarding tools, and we just try to make it as easy as possible. I mean, Julian and I spend a lot of time thinking about football specifically because we both have content businesses in Web3 thinking about football because it's a great way to onboard a mass user audience into some new technology that they're not familiar with.
I completely agree. I think maybe 5-6 years ago it would have been different. Web3 was maybe a bit scary for some people, but today the technology has evolved in the sense that it's seamless. People don't realize if they're into Web3 or Web2 as a user experience. In terms
Are we there now?
For me, yes, completely. Yeah. In terms of the features that you see, it's different, but in terms of the onboarding that you see on a Web3 game versus a Web2 game, people don't really see. If you play an in-app game, you don't really see the difference as a user experience between a Web2 and Web3.
The same in our case. We have talked with hundreds of game developers, studios, publishers, and the biggest concern is how to attract as many players as possible to their games, and that's their goal, building the games that attract the wider audience. And so they constantly just ask us, like, who are the providers of, like, let's say, invisible wallets, allowing to log into the game with email or social logins. There's a bunch of solutions out there on the market, but it's very different from 2 to 3 years ago, where there's literally just MetaMask, and it was very hard a huge friction to play those Web3 games. But now it's different.
Okay. And Julian, you do something a little bit different to everyone else on stage. Do you want to introduce what you do?
Sure. We're not as per se a gaming company. We're more Web3 sports company. So I'm going to do a bit the same exercise as you did, just to see if I get the same result. Just show of hands quickly. Like a few months ago, there was the Champions League final, Milan against Inter against Manchester City. Who just heard of it, watched the game online? Just okay, a few hands. Thank you guys to participate as well.
I'm just blocking the light, actually.
That works as well. Block the light and say you raise your hand. And who among you went to see the game in Istanbul? 0. Okay. You're not alone. So if you look at it, like we estimate that over 700 million people watch the game online, and there is only 70,000 space in the stadium. So if you do the quick math, that means that 99.99% of the people that are interested into the game, they're not able to have a live experience in the real life. And that's exactly the problem statement that we wanted to solve. And for us, the solution was fan tokens, digital fan tokens. They are utility fungible tokens that enables the fan to better engage and live their passion with their team. And if the fans, and this is very similar as the gamer in terms of the fundamentals, they want three key things. The first thing is a sense of belonging. They want to be part of a community and they want to be recognized for being part of that community. And fan token acting as a Web3 membership is achieve that goal. The second one is they want control or share of influence over the game they play. And with fan token, the features that we put in place, it's called binding poles, meaning in the sense that the clubs, agree to submit some decisions to the power of the fans. So if you activate your fan token, you can vote and decide what's going to be, for example, the design of the kit for the next season. If there is a new player coming in, what should be the number on the jersey, behind the jersey of that player. So to the fans, that give them a sense of control and ownership. And the last one around the gamification is they want to be rewarded for the influence and for the time they spent with their team. And we put through in-apps, game, predictor, quizzes in the socials.com app. You earn rewards for your participation and you can reclaim these rewards to get tickets, meet and greet with the players, or memorabilia as well. So these three elements, we believe that we can tackle them with a Web3 fan token as we did. And this has been proven to be both beneficial for the fans because they achieve these 3 points, and for the clubs as becoming a new source of revenue for them. And just to give you some numbers, we have now, we're 5 years old, we have over 2 million users now, 150 clubs onboarded. Last year, we gave out to the fans more than 25,000 tickets, in 1 year. And this has been proven to be very, very successful, both for the fans and for the clubs. And the only thing I want to say before I stop,
please,
looking at me,
just listening.
When we launched it, we're working with teams that are not the best and the most innovative teams in the world. Sport clubs are not the most innovative ones, so we had to create a semi-centralized solution at the beginning that you can only use your fan tokens on the socials.com app. After years of education, we managed to transition our Chili's chain from a layer 2 protocol to a layer 1, meaning that now we welcome anyone to build on the Chili's chain and to use the fan tokens to develop new utility for the user and to develop new value proposition. So anyone interested in developing on the Chili's chain is more than welcome to come and help us shape the future of Web3 for sports.
Thanks. And actually, I want to know, how did you onboard the greatest sports institutions into Web3?
One by one. There is no. We got very lucky. First one was the Juve, 2019, and then PSG. I think it's just having the right people in their organization that understand a bit what's going to be the future of fandom, and then they start working with you step by step, step by baby step. And then when the clubs start seeing what we did with Juventus, they were very intrigued and they started coming more and more with us. And also COVID was a huge boost for us, very surprisingly, in the sense that because fans cannot go to the stadium anymore, finding a way for them to have a digital interaction with their team, even if there is no live game they can attend, was a very good compensation for the clubs and for the fan.
Cool, yeah. I mean, I think it's such a huge feat to be able to have names like NFL, NHL, as part of, what you've done. It's really cool.
Thanks.
Cool. Saro and Robbie, so both of you are part of the Open Metaverse Alliance. Tell us a bit about that and the goal of this alliance, what you think the outcome will be for Web3 gaming in the metaverse.
Yeah. So in this story of an interconnected series of platforms where the user is at the center of that, so they have an account, maybe they own NFTs, maybe they're using those NFTs to play a game in a particular environment, maybe they're voting in a DAO or they're creating some content. The promise of that architecture, and it contains some downsides. It's a little bit harder to build that way. You have to build on blockchains. I would argue that although we have a vision of that being an amazing user experience, it possibly isn't at this point really the best user experience. So there's, some things that aren't so great actually about that kind of slightly disparate way of bringing together an experience. But what the promise of it is for the user is that they own their experience. They own their account, they own the tokens in it, they can take that into different environments and they can play in those environments, they can add value or create meaning for the things that they own and for the communities that they build. That promise is only realized if there's some degree of interoperability between the different applications where where players can then actually play or use their NFTs and their accounts and so on in these different games and environments. And there's a bit of a coordination issue then that comes, right? Because we all built these things in parallel. They might be on different chains, they're running in different tech stacks, and they need to be able to speak to each other. So for example, if I have an NFT that's very abundant in the Alien Worlds metaverse, it's not going to be very powerful, right? Because an abundant NFT is going to have low powers. If I were then able to bring that NFT into Upland or the Sandbox or another game, and it was very abundant, but it was extremely powerful in their environment, that would disrupt the game balancing in that app. So there need to be some standards and some ways of the assets being interoperable. There also need to be ways of the actual user interface being interoperable, to the extent that that's possible, especially for more spatially built out metaverses, especially if they have some kind of AR or VR build out. So that's really what we're trying to do by bringing together the largest blockchain metaverses, is to create a more interoperable user experience that then delivers more of the promise of why we would build these open architectures in the first place. Anything to add?
100%. No, I think the other reason, obviously, is because we figured the only way that we're going to get there, because it's complicated to figure out some of these standards, is if we all, as industry participants, get in the room together and say, okay, well, how do we get our own stuff to work together first? Because we can't ask other people to interoperate with us if we can't do it amongst each other first. And we wanted to make sure that this was going to be a series of standards that we offer up in an open source fashion to the community, and that they're community-led standards, because that's very important in keeping with the principles of Web3. The last thing we wanted was for some big Web2 company to come in and say, well, okay, now let us tell you what your standard is going to be. And by the way, you pay us a royalty every year for using this standard that we created. And so we've created this foundation, which is also based here, go Zug, and is open to everybody. So of course, I would encourage everybody in the room, if you're not a member, please come join the Open Metaverse Alliance. You can come to our website and apply, and then you can dive into the working groups. We'll get you on Slack, and you can have your voice heard.
Awesome. I think like the resounding kind of theme is assets in gaming. In terms of what makes Web3 gaming different to Web2 and like ownership and governance of those assets. Duke, do you think that is the main component of Web3 gaming? Is there something else? Because I know that that's kind of your business and what you're building.
Yeah, we trying to bring Web2 games into Web3, giving them the standardized smart contracts and NFT marketplace solutions to bring their games to Web3. And I completely agree with Sarah and Robbie here. And standardization is key. We talked with a bunch of Web2 games, and their biggest concern is why would the players would want to do anything about Web3? And I think that having Unity, for example, having their own decentralized tools put there on the marketplace, and having seen Roblox, of course, UGC contents and Fortnite UGC content rising, I think that there is a big chance that there's going to be a very popular Web3 game in the future, both capitalizing on standardization of asset creation on the blockchain and also UGC content. So we will probably see a popular Web3 game in the future utilizing that. And two, I think that having blockchain to be the liquidity pool for exchanging game assets I think that's the greatest value of blockchain games, giving people outside of the game that don't have access to the game or don't even need to play the game to be able to buy and sell and trade those in-game assets without playing that game. And it just provides a tremendous amount of liquidity. If you are a gamer, you just created an asset inside the game and you want to sell that asset to outside world, having people, even speculators of NFTs, joining that ecosystem is key to a thriving gaming economy. So I think that blockchain just makes it easier to buy and sell and trade in-game assets. And so, yeah.
I actually learned a fun fact about Vitalik, that he created Ethereum because he was a gamer himself, World of Warcraft, and he was fed up with not owning his own assets. So,
and that's how soul-bound tokens were born.
Yeah.
Because they were soul-bound items in World of Warcraft.
Super cool. Julian, how does regulation play into all of this, and how does it affect your business?
Regulation is big in the way it affects us. For us, as we work with big brands, they take it very seriously. They don't let you trade with their IP and their reputation very easily. So you have to make sure that you are compliant with any regulation from the start. We welcome regulation. The more regulation there is, the better it is for the users in terms of protection of the users, and also from a better understanding of the different corporates that we work with. The fan token that we issue for Barça, PSG, or any other clubs, they issue in Switzerland, Zug again. We FINMA regulated, we FINMA compliant. So we work with the regulator on all the different countries that we work with, and they can honestly break the market for us. As we have seen in the US, as you mentioned, we have NHL, NBA, NFL teams, but today we cannot launch fan tokens in the US because the regulation is not clear yet. So we welcome regulation, but we welcome clear regulation. And when chairman of the SEC is not really sure if a Pokemon card is or is not a security, the clubs that are not really sure that when it comes to the fan token, is it going to be a security or not, they don't want to take a bet, so they prefer to hold for now, and they prefer to wait. So we welcome regulation. MiCA, Digital Passport for Europe, is great for the entire industry. We wish that the US is going to follow something similar very soon.
I think one of the challenges we've had as an industry is that, blockchain began as a great technology focused primarily on fintech applications. And so as a result, we've grown up in an industry that had financial services at its heart. But on top of that, 5 or 6 years ago, we started creating entertainment. And entertainment is different from financial services.
Right.
But when they both run on similar infrastructure, I think some regulators may mistake them for being similar when they're in fact very different.
Right.
And so I think it's important that we keep impressing upon those who will listen that actually entertainment and financial services are slightly different, and there's a reason they should be treated differently.
I'd just add one comment about regulation and sort of a frontier that we're all going to be facing, which is AI. So we're beginning, I'm sure everybody is beginning to use AI in how we build our games, how we test. We're building a feature whereby the community will be able to govern AI lore models, so extending the lore and the narrative framework of the alien world's metaverse through large language models that are trained on our existing lore, but having the community govern that. It's really important that we think about decentralization and its role in governing AI, but also regulation. There was an open letter in March of this year, people sort of highlighting that there could be some risks as superintelligence could emerge through AI. Frankly, if we don't know when that could happen, because we've never done this before, we've never created artificial intelligence before. That actually would pose an existential risk to numerous things, and including blockchain technology. Actually, I mean, even before full superintelligence might emerge, cryptography could break down, and so tokens could be moved around, and the way that consensus works could be disrupted. So I think that the fundamental sort of framework of what we build on is also has an interrelationship with AI, and I think that looking at regulation there is also going to be really important and something that we talk about more in the coming year.
Thank you. So I think we're coming up close to time, and I wanted to say thank you to really these world leaders in this space for giving us a glimpse into what's going on in the Web3 gaming industry, its past and where we're going. And before we conclude, I would like to give the space to each of you to share some words of wisdom for anyone getting into this space.
Ooh, I'd be prepared for a wild ride because you're welcoming, users and your audience kind of at a peer level with yourself. And that is fundamentally different from traditional business models where there's a consumer and a producer and those lines are fairly distinct. So that's where the energy is, that's where the value is. And it also makes for some different challenges that I suppose we haven't really faced before.
Thanks.
I think when it comes to Web3 games and metaverses, it's very much like Web3 in and of itself. For those of you who haven't tried any, I would encourage you to just try them, buy some assets, play, and have fun, because there's no better way to learn about it and to understand what we're talking about than actually just to try.
I will continue on that and say you don't need to feel you need to understand the technology in order to buy it. Most of the games that you already use, you don't understand how internet works and you use it every day. So don't be afraid just because it's called Web3 to use it and to learn by doing.
Great advice.
Well, from my side, developers, be patient. I think Web3 gaming is going to explode. I mean, I'm reading this book about a cold start problem, and I believe that Web3 games have not reached yet the tipping point to go crossing the chasm and going mainstream. So just be patient.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. And the last panel session of this block. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are entering our next networking hour. Please do mingle, do enjoy our networking areas, do enjoy the exhibition hall with all of the booths and stands that you can see there. And be back sharply at 3:30 to continue our program. Our program of the next block will consist of the ERC20 and Fabian Vogelsteller and his vision of the future. It will be about AI's impact in Web3, banking and finance, how you can accelerate and simplify your stablecoin journey, the metrics and attributes of successful Web3 businesses, as well as how blockchain is helping emerging markets leap ahead. And finally, do use this possibility to win. Please just post up on LinkedIn and Twitter and seize this chance to win one of 4 100 Swiss francs vouchers in either Ethereum or Bitcoin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your chance to shine. It is your chance to win. Do post under hashtag CV Summit and enjoy this networking break.
Hedera is the most used, sustainable public distributed ledger in the world. With use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it. Offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build? Hedera is the most used, sustainable public distributed ledger in the world, with use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it, offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build? Hedera is the most used, sustainable public distributed ledger in the world, with use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it, offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build? Hedera is the most used, sustainable, public distributed ledger in the world, with use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it, offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build? Hedera is the most used, sustainable, public distributed ledger in the world. With use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it. Offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second block of the second day of the CV Summit 2023. And we are going to start this second block with an incredibly interesting fireside chat. We will start our second block with a fireside chat with Fabian Vogelsteller, the creator of ERC20 himself, about his vision for the rapidly growing creative community. Fabian Vogelsteller is the author of the world's first smart contract standard, ERC20, and a former Ethereum developer who has significantly influenced the blockchain space. Recently, he co-launched LUKSO, the blockchain for new creative economies, enabling real blockchain adoption. He will be interviewed by Senior Vice President of Signum, the world's first digital asset bank based here in Switzerland and Singapore, Alia Dasgupta. And the man we've been waiting for, Fabian Vogelsteller.
Perfect. Thank you very much for joining us today, Fabian. And to all of you guys who are here to hear from Fabian, the father of ERC20 standards. That's what we call him today. But more importantly, if any of you guys made some money on the 2017 ICO avalanche, you can say thank you to him. But the story actually starts a little bit sooner. It was in 2015 that Fabian was working together with Vitalik, Gavin Wood, back when Ethereum was less than 50 employees, and started building the first interfaces to interact with smart contracts. Maybe some of you have heard of Mist, which is the world's first completely decentralized web browser, which Fabian built, and then also worked on developing the largest Web3 library that all the developers use today, Web3.js. And in November 2015, Fabian, with Vitalik, put forward the ERC20 standard, which led to the big ICO bubble, a lot of the crypto that we all engage with and love today. But something wasn't quite right. In 2017, he realized that there was something more to be built, that this standard wasn't quite perfect, it wasn't addressing all the needs that we had, and so put forward ERC 725. And that is what he's been working on for the last 5 years, and we know now today as LUKSO. So, I have a lot of questions for Fabian, but before we dive into it, right, my first question is, this is the guy that designed the standards that we use. So why are they broken? What doesn't work about them anymore? And why are we envisioning a new world?
I mean, I think everybody realizes probably, I mean, when we hear all the talks that people talk about, and when we are thinking about having Ethereum around since 6 years, and we have all of this blockchain space with $2 trillion market cap at peak, and then we still have barely users. I think obviously there's something very fundamental missing, and that's a proper, easy way to interact with blockchain. And this is kind of like the missing piece that even in this panel before that we had, when people talk about entertainment and gaming industry and how do people onboard in this and how do they use this. The problem is that we're still all relying on so-called wallets. Right? We all rely on a single public key with a single password that we can't change, and that's the reason why things haven't even been moving forward. And in LUKSO, when we started the idea of creating a blockchain specifically more for the ordinary, less technical user, the creator economy, the decentralized social media, the users of the internet, one thing that became very clear is that we need a better way of how we interact with blockchain. And it happened to be so that literally in 2017, I created a standard called ERC 725. You can see it's literally 4 standards after 721, which is the NFT standard, that really has been the basis and the foundation for all the things that we're building at LUKSO. And why is ERC20 broken? And also many other standards. In fact, most of the standards that we have in the ERC space, in the Ethereum space, is somewhat related to ERC20.
because we just made it up back in the day, you know, not like thinking 5 years through and then doing something, but basically there was a need for tokens. Vitalik made a first proposal. We discussed this internally, and I brought this to a more public, you know, place, which is this EIP repository. I created a proper format that later became kind of the default format for standard proposals. I called it Ethereum request for comment because the idea was we, you know, get comments and then form standards. So it was done very quickly. It was done more like, you know, there was a need. And obviously, you know, the space was very young, so you couldn't really think out all the possibilities and all the problems that could arise and how to optimize things. So it was the first version, right? It's the MVP of how you do things. So obviously that needs to be improved, right?
Fair enough. And so when we think about these standards today, what is different in the vision of what you're building at LUKSO?
I mean, first and foremost, LUKSO is a new L1. It's a new blockchain that started in May. It's a blockchain that works fundamentally the same way like Ethereum 2 does. So it's a full-on proof-of-stake network, has the same consensus algorithm, the same EVM, the same everything. But the primitives, the foundational building blocks, are new. And those are the standard smart contracts and the proposals. We call them LSP, LUKSO Standard Proposals. And they're the primitives that people are building on. And yes, they are the improved token standards. So we have redone ERC20, we redone ERC721, improving on those a lot in order to make them more flexible, give them more ability to host metadata that's smart contract readable and a better interaction flow. But the most fundamental piece of all of them is actually ERC725 account, which is this standard. It's also called LSP0, so it's the 0 standard of the LUKSO standard proposals. And that's your smart contract account. And that smart contract account is literally the solution to all the problems the space has today. And they will solve all these issues that we just heard here in some of these talks being discussed, because it's a standardized solution to a problem that, you know, so far has only touched to be solved in different kind of parties. For example, account abstraction is a portion of that problem, but it's not the whole thing. So we spent the last 5 years, I spent actually the last 5 years, and we built it out for the last 3 years to really show when you put this together in a new way and you create this new fundamental account system that is long-lasting, that will work for literally anything you want to do on a blockchain, how does it work and why does it solve the problems? And actually, people can try this out today if they want to have an experience. They can just go to LUKSO.network, they click on Create Profile, and they can create a testnet profile and kind of experience, the flow and the easy in. But when you're a developer and you look under the hood and you see how it works and what it does, you will realize very quickly that this is an extremely powerful account standard that allows you to build a lot of new things and allows you to even have a proper UX and the onboarding, including for the game games, Web3 games, what we had heard before as well.
Sure. But when we're thinking about onboarding the next billion users into Web3, what does it really change about the user journey? Like, as a layperson who may not be a developer, how does the journey on LUKSO look different to what it might be on Ethereum or Near or anything like that?
So I would first start with the first million users on blockchain, because we do not have them. We have maybe the first 100,000 users on blockchain. We have a lot of traders, right? And traders on exchanges, not users. So actual DApp users using decentralized protocols, they're very, very few. So what it changes is, first off, you don't need to remember seed phrase, because the device that you use to control your profile first is a replaceable device. So you can have multiple devices controlling this. They all have their own private key, but your account is the singular thing that they both control. You can have different levels of permission, which is what you need if you have multiple devices or different applications that control your profile. You want to have some sense of control of what they can do. And you have a gasless user experience. That means a third party can pay for your transaction fees, giving you a very seamless onboarding, give you a very seamless in to any app. It can start out with just clicking a few buttons, not even entering an email or anything. And then later, so it can start with weak security if you want, but it can later transition to better security, while your account address and your account name and your profile is not changing. And that's a this is the main hurdle that we had so far, right? It's, where do I get the token for the gas, right? And do I need to remember this crazy thing here called seed phrase, and with this massive warning that if you don't remember this right now and write it down, you will not have your stuff in the future. So these are the two main factors that are removed, but it also has information that you can attach to it. So it can look like a profile. It can look like anything you want it to look like.
Makes me think of MySpace, but the 2023 version.
And in fact, there is a website called universal.page where you can log in with your universal profile, and then you can actually create your own custom MySpace-like website for your profile.
So when we're talking about use cases in blockchain, right? You talked a lot about token trading. That's what a lot of us spend our time doing when really engaging with crypto. But the idea is that this universal profile actually opens up a whole new world of use cases. What do you envision these to be?
I mean, so what I see going forward is we will see now the ability for people to really interact with blockchain, where it's not that they need to understand all this complexity on the technology level, which then brings more users in. On top of this, the next generation of apps and applications on blockchain will be in the direction of communities, DAOs, and decentralized social media. Things where networks and people interact with each other. So when you're dealing with these things, so think of you have a profile, decentralized profile, and you can have a reputation, or you can hold things that just earn like fan tokens, or you can just have things from an artist or other people that you interact with within an ecosystem. This is not monetary first. This is something that's actually less of a risk in terms of value. So because it's less of risk, you feel also easier and safer to go in and play around with this. Yeah. Right? It's not instantly your 5,000 euro investment that you need to now handle, but it's kind of like something that's just fun. And because it's fun and playful, people warm up to this new kind of account. And once they realize all the things they can do, and once these communities form in a decentralized way, then you will realize that a decentralized profile, especially in the times we live today, is actually essential. And one other important thing is the user experience in the Web 2 is already broken, right? People forget that. Do we have to sign up on every website again with the same email, always inventing a new password, which then people don't, right? And constantly being in front of this barrier of entry for any app they're trying to use. If you have a universal profile that's not owned by a single company, but it's owned by you, which sits on the blockchain, you can use this as a login anywhere, right? Yep. As long as apps just make this as a login available, it's a very easy in, it's a one-click in. And that's just a login and a sign up at the same time. So you can now interact on the internet, not constantly needing to change your profile, not constantly need to upload your profile picture or your name or anything. You're just the same person everywhere if you want to.
Sure. And also, talking a little bit about the idea of universal profiles, about decentralized social media, because this is something that Elon Musk is dealing with in a very live way for all of us, is with bots and dealing with identities and how to kind of create a new paradigm for social media where it's just a safer and better experience for us. How do you see this space evolving?
So the thing is, we created a primitive. Mm-hmm. We created a foundational piece of how your blockchain account works that works for everything we had in the past in blockchain, DeFi, tokens, whatever you want. But it also works now for all of these new use cases that are far beyond money. And how does it create a safer environment? It's now up to people to come up with protocols. You could build a follower system. You could build a reputation system. You could build a proof of human system. All of this already plugs into a universal profile very seamlessly. You don't need to do much, and you can just add that's just information. So what this also allows us to create, kind of in a way, a social network, where instead one company trying to build all the pieces and builds the feed system and the reputation system, the follower system, build this one monolithic website, let's call it Facebook, right? We can now build all primitives. Different application and protocol developers can build the primitives that plug into the profile. So now you can have a decentralized social network that exists on 50 pages. They all just show different things in different ways. And because it's a smart contract account, and if you want to be a spammer that creates hundreds of them, there will be some costs associated to this. So it's very hard to create a massive amounts of accounts. And also it's on the blockchain, so that means your activity that you do on your public or anonymous profiles are somewhat visible, and therefore, there's a history. You can see very clearly what's a fake account, what's a real account. And you can then have filter systems that filter these fake ones very easily out. So you can create a lot of easier ways of how to decipher the web, let's say, the Web 3.
But also, like, now we're talking about decentralized social media. I think everyone's familiar with what Lens is doing, and maybe some of the apps that are building on Lens or Farcaster. Do these now then have to move onto LUKSO, or are these just separate things, or how does this fit into the broader ecosystem?
Everybody will move to LUKSO and universal profile. That's a certain why, because we solve the problem that everybody has. Lens, for example, it's a nice idea to create an NFT profile and then have a few functions that you can use. But what we built is a very generic primitive that works for everything, and then people can build all of these cool, social media functionalities on top as they wish, and there can be competing protocols. While Lens is a custom-built system with a specific use case that now depends on this one organization with the 5 features. And if you want to change something, they have to do an update. You might have to upgrade your stuff. And on top of it, it's also governed by a single wallet again. So, having the same problems that we had before. So if you compare Lens and universal profiles, I think they're not really, it's almost like apples and oranges, but it's also, like you can't compare a Tesla to a gasoline car. They look the same, they have 4 wheels, but under the hood is like a whole different dimension, right? So this is the same here.
I love it. I love it. Building the Tesla of the crypto ecosystem.
Build the Apple of blockchain, yeah.
That is as much time as we have. Thank you, Fabian, so much for sharing your insights. And any final words for developers or people looking to build on LUKSO?
Oh, absolutely. If you want to create a profile, LUKSO.network is LUKSO.network. Create a profile, play around. If you're a developer, go to docs.luxo.tech and you learn about how you can really build very interesting applications on the future EVM.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to the two of you for these wonderful fireside chat. Now we are talking about another topic. Blockchain is one of the hottest topics. Another incredibly hot topic within the industry is AI, artificial intelligence. AI is in many ways everywhere. It has a place everywhere. It's a topic everywhere. And therefore, I'm really excited for our next keynote speech. The keynote speech about the topic AI's impact in Web3, banking, and finance. We have with us today the Global Head of Artificial Intelligence, Center of Excellence at Citi, Dr. Prag Sharma.
Hi, everybody. Delighted to be here. And as was just explained, AI is the hottest technology on the planet. It is the hottest technology that I have come across in my career. And there is a lot in common with AI, Web3, finance more generally, and banking. And let's explore that a little bit over the next few minutes. Many, many definitions of Web 3.0 exist. Here's one by one of my favorite people, Tim Berners-Lee. But I wanted to point out the bits in red are really what we're talking about here today. Web 3 is about creating a more intelligent and self-aware web where machines can understand and interpret content. All of the words in red require AI and machine learning. Without AI, and now generative AI, our version of Web 3.0 is unlikely to be complete or impactful or have mass adoption. So all the companies that are here and the people who are very interested in the Web 3.0, blockchain, DLT, or others, you need to keep an eye on artificial intelligence. And I think this is the message I'd like everyone to take away today. Why keep an eye on AI? Because it is going to support any activities that you and make it easier for you to service your clients through it. While we talked about that, data is key to AI and machine learning, but these are two of my favorite quotes. I like them because they show two different aspects of data that we need to be mindful of. In God we trust, all else must have data. So machine learning and AI is very much driven by data that Web 3.0 will generate a lot of. But that doesn't mean we can consume that data without the issues that come with it. Data itself
is not that useful. Data has to be pre-processed, cleansed, and used in context and collected in context. And we need to be mindful of that as we build our Web 3.0 applications and as we use them in finance. The other side of that is if you torture the data enough, it will confess to anything. One of my favorite quotes of all time, meaning we take what we like out of the data that we have. But be careful. The data that you use and have requires you to carefully use it in your applications. And how can that be done? Through machine learning, AI, and now generative AI. So when we talk about generative AI, what do we mean? I'm not affiliated with OpenAI or any of those companies. I'm just giving you the example because they are the latest tools, and it has actually caught the public's imagination. It is one of the tools that many of you might have used. So as a very quick question, how many of you have played around with ChatGPT? Play around means even asked it to write a poem. Brilliant. Okay, most people, which is quite amazing. And rightly so, it is the most fun technology. But actually, the fun technology has a serious side to it. There are many ways that that technology can be used as an interface for you to interact with your clients. It is an interface to how we will consume Web 3.0 in the future. It is the technology that will take us away from our laptops and into other ways of communication that are more natural and more real for us and as end users. So you'll see the black box that talks about GPT-4 as just an example of a large language model, which can do amazing things today. That language model is trying to book a slot for us for a meeting. It was impossible to do that only a few months ago. There was no technology on the market that could repeatedly do that well, given the kind of text information we gave it. So this is genuinely an aha moment and a wow factor. And this is what will impact Web 3.0 in different ways, depending on how you end up using it. In the middle, another really cool company called Synthesia. There's others. But this company has an avatar that you can sort of design on the fly, but also make it talk on the fly to whatever you like it to say. And what that is doing for us is it is giving us a new way of interacting on the fly, not only in Web 3.0, but in Web 2.0 and other places as well. This is another wow technology that is going to become increasingly important as we start to offer services in the digital world. On the right-hand side, that is a letter M, so in the font of monkey fonts or anything. The reason I have that up there is you don't need to be good at art. I am rubbish at drawing or art. You don't need to be good at art, but you need to have a good imagination. And if you do, that is the only thing limiting you from generating generative AI or creating content that has never existed before. This sort of content is going to form the key to Web 3.0 as well. So we've talked about text, we've talked about videos, we have talked about audio, or we have talked about images. What about audio? Audio is really also coming to the fore with us being able to generate really human-sounding voices and being able to interpret really complex underlying text, audio, and converting it to different languages, for example, or converting it to text. OpenAI has a very good tool in that space, and they have some really fun examples of K-pop. I don't listen to K-pop, but if you do, great. It can interpret the content of the songs in K-pop. I swear I could not. I listened to it a couple of times. So this technology is really coming forward. If any of you have been following the news, OpenAI has combined the audio, the voice part of their technology, to the GPT-4 part of their technology. All of a sudden, you are now able to talk to the underlying large language model and get responses in audio. And this is happening so quickly, that's the wow factor. So you're now able to converse with a computer in a manner, and I'll repeat this again, that was just not possible a few months ago. And this has implications for every aspect of what we do in banking, in finance, and the next Web 3.0 world has to be driven by these sort of technologies. There is no other way this is going to scale or be adopted without AI being a core component. Large language models, huge in size, and they're key to what generative AI is. They're very expensive now, but we are looking to democratize that. And where are the use cases? Software engineering. I think some of the previous places mentioned that software engineering is a key component. This is where generative AI is likely to have a huge impact immediately, but many other areas, customer operations, marketing and sales, product R&D, and many, many industries and markets will be affected by this positively, depending on how you look to consume it and how quickly you can integrate it into your products or services. Just like anything else, you need your data to be unsiloed, you need your infrastructure to be in place, and you need your algorithms that are state-of-the-art. If you have these in place, you are likely to get the benefits of this technology sooner rather than later. Ultimately, it's a technology, and it's the technology that we need to consume to get to the next version of where we want to be. Where to next? I think there is a seriously interesting overlap between artificial intelligence, Web3, finance more generally, across the board. And the only message I'd like anyone here to take away is, no matter what part of the business you are or what you're looking into, keep an eye on the next generation of generative AI technologies. They are likely to support you in your activities, accelerate what you're doing, and more importantly, give you that edge over your competitors as you start to integrate them in novel ways. The final point is, these technologies are nothing without your know-how, because it is your expertise in your domain that, when combined with what these large language models produce or otherwise, that is going to be the differentiating factor. So it's that combination of your skills and large language models that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this keynote speech about the impact of AI. The impact and the acceleration that comes with AI, we've heard about it just now, and we are sticking with the acceleration. The next keynote speech will be about accelerate and simplify your stablecoin journey. The speaker we are about to welcome up on stage is the inventor of the hash graph distributed consensus algorithm. He is the co-founder of Hedera and co-founder and CEO of Swirls Labs. With over 20 years of technology and startup experience, he has held positions as a professor of computer science at the US Air Force Academy and as a senior scientist in several labs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need your help with a very, very warm welcome for Dr. Leemond Baird.
Thank you. Thank you. It is good to be here with you today. So there are a lot of exciting things going on in the Web3 world, in blockchain and DLTs. I do think that we are seeing the world start to change. We're starting to see it taking over the world. But to see everything tokenized, everything become Web3, we have to make it easier. We absolutely, as an industry, need to make these things easy for users, easy for developers, easy for everyone. And so what I'd like to talk about today is one of the projects we did to make things easier. This is for stablecoins, and it's to make it easier for developers to create a stablecoin and to create software that does stablecoins. This software is called Stablecoin Studio. It's an SDK and some software and some example code and various pieces and components. An Oracle system plugs into it. It was developed by the people on the screen here, Hedera, Swirls Labs, HBAR Foundation, and IO builders. Mainly have built it. It's open source. It's not any one company. It's just a group of people doing it. And there's actually a larger community of over 20 organizations that have contributed to it or are integrating it right now. So it actually has quite a bit of traction. And I want to talk to you about it as an example of how we as an industry can make things easier for people, because this is clearly what we need to be doing. So this is built on Hedera, this particular one, and Hedera is blockchain DLT, a typical L1. It is the circle down there at the bottom is the validator nodes, and then we have the various services it offers on top of that. Of course, it has smart contracts. So these are just Solidity smart contracts, just very vanilla. They work very nicely. But you don't have to do everything in a smart contract. It also has native tokens. So you can create fungible tokens, you can create non-fungible tokens. You can actually do a fair amount of logic purely at the L1 layer without running any smart contracts. You can do minting and burning, you can do things like KYC and ensuring that it can't be moved without KYC. There's a lot of things you can do at the native layer. And then when you need more complicated logic use a smart contract, and they work together. And so this is how Hedera works in general, and the idea of the Stablecoin Studio was to take advantage of this, to make it easy for you to use both the smart contracts and the token service and have them talk to each other and talk to oracles, which is another smart contract, to write the code, to have a GUI that you connected to, all of those pieces. And so what we did is we created this system to be taking advantage of all the different features of Hedera and then to be easy to use. So what do we have? We wanted it to be easy to develop. This is what's important. We wrote this in TypeScript. So that means, it's JavaScript. You can run it in a browser. It's very usable. You can use it on an iPhone or something. You can run JavaScript in an iPhone, but you can also run it in a browser. It's kind of universal. Seemed like a good language to use. A lot of the people using us like to use things like TypeScript. And it's slightly better than JavaScript. So we have that, and then also have a CLI. So there's a command line interface to it, in addition to being able to have a GUI. And you can implement those. We have it to be programmable, so you can use the native tokens, but you can also do programmability with smart contracts, and the Stablecoin Studio makes that easier. And so we want it to be programmable, but we also want it to be compliant. We wanted to give the tools that you would use to make it compliant with whatever you need to comply with. For example, if you want to, it makes it easy to do KYC systems, to plug into KYC systems. So Hedera has this system where you have accounts, you hold your tokens in your account, you can send tokens to other accounts. You don't have to do an ERC20 inside of a smart contract where the token lives in a smart contract. Instead, you can just have accounts that have tokens, they transfer between them, and then smart contracts can reach out and touch them. And the accounts themselves can have KYC flags. So in Hedera, when you create a token, like a stable coin, you can say, I care about KYC or I don't. And you can set that immutably when you first create it. And if you care about KYC, you can say, only accounts that have the KYC flag set for this token are allowed to hold this token. And so that way you could have a token that is designed for just a group of people that have been KYC'd. And anonymous people would not be able to get it transferred to them. You could only transfer between accounts that have been KYC'd. Or you can say, we don't need that. We want total privacy. We will not enable KYC flags when we create the new token. And then forever, you can never add it. You can lock in eternally not having it or eternally having it. You can lock that in at the beginning. So this is some of the power that Hedera has natively. We wanted the Stablecoin Studio to make it easy to access all of those different features. And those are the compliance controls, and then treasury management and proof of reserve. So now we're getting into the realm of stablecoins. This is a token that is designed to be stable in its price, not to oscillate like typical cryptocurrency. And the way that is achieved is by backing it with something. But you want to prevent fraud. So how do people know that it is actually backed by something? That there are dollars or fiat or even a basket of commodities or gold or something backing it. And so what you do is oracles can talk to a smart contract, and we have this set up where you can have oracles that then talk to a smart contract, and your smart contract can communicate with that one, and you can verify that it is backed, that it has reserves. So you have proof of reserve. And then the Stablecoin Studio is designed to make that easy to do. And then finally, we wanted it to be that you could have integrated custody and the KYC provider support. That was what I was talking about before with compliance. You also have that. And there are other things for compliance too. You can have token mints and burns if you want to have a non-stable supply, or you can set it up where it can never mint and burn. And you can set that up at the beginning, it never changes. All of these things we wanted to do. So you have now a choice of how you would do something like this. So you can imagine something like if you wanted to build a bicycle. You could go out and find all the parts and go online and find instructions and try to put the parts together and build a bicycle, and it takes you a month, and you could build a bicycle. But maybe a better way to do it is just go to a bicycle store, pick one off the rack that's already built, but have one that all the pieces are interchangeable. And so you can just take the one that's off the rack, and then you change the wheels because you don't like those. And you drive it for a while, and maybe you change something else. And maybe you add some whole new features onto it. This makes it much easier. And so what Stablecoin Studio does is it gives you a stablecoin in minutes. You will have an actual stablecoin. You can create a new stablecoin. You can play with it. You can take advantage of many of the different features of Hedera just out of the box. It gives you an entire stablecoin. And it's designed so that it's easy to add features to it or to change the features in it. The code is very readable and well documented. You can go in and tweak how it works. And you can then integrate it with other systems. You can integrate it with the Oracle system if you want to have proof of reserve. You can integrate it into your GUI. You can integrate it into database systems and things. There's things that you can integrate it into. And so I think this is a good two-pronged approach for making it easy for people to develop things in the Web3 world. If we really want to achieve the promise of Web3, we need to make it easy to build new things. And the best way to do it is to build an old thing that's easy to modify and has a library that makes it very easy to add certain features, and then also just allow people to write their own code to write even more complicated features. And you want as much to happen as possible at the base native layer because it's fast and it's cheap, but you also want it to be able to happen in smart contracts which are Turing complete and can do anything. So this is the philosophy that we used so that we could achieve all these things. You can just start up in minutes. It doesn't take you weeks, it takes you minutes to start it up, but then you can add things. You can play with it, you can add things, you can tweak it. So that was the idea. So why would you want a stablecoin? Why would you want a token on ledgers whose price isn't going to change? Why not just use fiat? Its price doesn't change. Actually, there is inflation, but its price doesn't change as much as most crypto. It's fairly stable. But for cross-border remittances, it is really hard. We have various payment rails, and there are expenses, and sending a wire is slow and expensive. Some people aren't even banked, and so how can they do this without a bank? There are a lot of issues that arise. And so one of the early uses and current uses that people are interested in for ledgers in general is to do remittances using stablecoins or using cryptocurrency in general. In Hedera, we are governed by a council of some of the largest organizations in the world, top 10 universities, Fortune 100 companies in countries around the world. Several of our council members who jointly own and run Hedera and publish their minutes with great transparency. But several of them are banks. And so the oldest bank in South Korea is Shinhan Bank, and the largest bank in all of Africa is Standard Bank. And they have done this. They have done a POC now that they're going to be pushing forward with that is doing remittances, cross-border payments, so that if you earn money in South Korean won and you want to send it home to your family and turn it into a South African rand, you can do this, and it takes seconds and is incredibly cheap. Sending $1 million only costs you 1/10 of a cent. That's what Hedera charges you to send a token or to send some amount of a fungible token. And so they showed this, and it worked, and it was cheap, and it was easy. And it's setting you up to reach the unbanked. You can do things from your phones with these sorts of things. So this is a really good use case, and this is what we're using right now. We have people building on us right now with that. But there's also other decentralized finance cases. Maybe you want to be able to have automatic borrowing against some of your supply chain that you're tracking. So you tokenize your supply chain as things are flowing through your supply chain, and even before they get out the other end, you can have some value. You can go to an automatic system that will then give you loans on it, and you could borrow money against it. Of course, you need a stablecoin to do that because actual fiat doesn't go on ledgers. Blockchains can't handle actual fiat, so you need something like a stablecoin. So this is another really good use. And there's interbank settlement, which is sort of cross-border, except the border is between banks instead of countries. Enterprise budget tokenization, micropayments, wholesale settlement. There's a lot of reasons that you might want to use stablecoins, and many people are interested in them. So this thing was, of course, built. The Stablecoin Studio, as you can tell from the name, was built for people building stablecoins. We want it to be for Web3 stablecoin platforms, people who are building platforms that will create new stablecoins. So the goal wasn't for this group of people building, the 20 organizations or whatever, building Stablecoin Studio to build our own stablecoin. That wasn't the purpose. It was to enable others. And so Web3 platforms to do it, institutional stablecoin issuers, you have large financial institutions like the banks that we have actually doing that right now, using us. And then we have enterprise banking. You can also have large companies, like maybe payment companies, and even other companies that are interested in having tokens like this. Reward programs may have that. So how do you do this? Well, there's an SDK that allows you to write programs in TypeScript, and you can call these methods, and so you have a library of things that you can do. There's a command line interface. You don't have to use your GUI and your user front end. A lot of times, to get started and do a hello world, the easiest way is a command line interface. So we provide that. But we also have an SDK that makes it easy to make good graphical user interfaces and user-friendly interfaces. So you have both. And I think a lot of developers appreciate having the CLI in addition to the fancy GUI interface. And then we have the open source demo application. You can go to stablecoinstudio.com and you can look at it. And so there's demos built using this tool, but also part of the tool, part of the package isn't just the library, it's fully working programs you can download and start using right away and then start tweaking them. And of course, it's all Apache 2, it's all open source, and it's all available. So the idea here is to take advantage of the fact that Hedera can do smart contracts, which are Turing complete, they can do anything, Solidity can do anything, but it's slower and more expensive than a native token. The native token is faster and cheaper, and so you get both of those. So you can be transferring these tokens 10,000 times a second on Hedera. We have slowed Hedera down to 10,000 per second. When our usage starts to reach that, we'll make it higher. Right now, we're getting over 1,000 transactions a second, mostly from one user, but we have a number of other users as well. And it's growing. We have people in the pipeline that will be doing more. You can do ERC20 token compliance. You can do an ERC20 in a smart contract, but you can also do a native token that to other smart contracts looks like it's an ERC20. We've put a lot of effort into that. So it's not just Ethereum compatible, it's working on Ethereum equivalence, where you can use all the tools that are designed for ERC20s, even though you're using something faster than ERC20. It looks like it. And then, of course, I talked about KYC and other things. There's also other cool features. Custom fees. You can create it so that every time it transfers between two users, you get a royalty as a percentage or as a flat fee. That can be done. The royalty could be in the token being transferred or even in a different token. We have a very flexible system for that at the native layer, not with smart contracts. You can do anything with smart contracts, but you can do this at the native layer. You can do freeze and burn, where you can go out and freeze tokens so they can't move. Or you can create it so that you could never freeze, and people are guaranteed you'll never have that power. You can do these things with a key. So you have a key that mints or burns or freezes or does the KYC. But because it's Hedera, your key could be a single key, or it could be a threshold key. 5 out of 10 organizations have to sign off on this. Or it could be a multi-layer threshold key. 5 out of 10 organizations have to sign off on it, and in each organization, 2 out of 3 people have to sign off on it. And you can go 15 layers deep. You get all of that. And so this is all what gets set up. This simple program sets it up with just the simplest way of doing it, but you can easily go in and start tweaking these things to take advantage of the additional power that Hedera gives here. So smart contracts and the native tokens each have their advantages. A native token is 1/10 of a cent to transfer it, a thousandth of a US dollar. And by the way, I said it in dollars, not H-bars. Of course, you have to pay H-bars. That's how a ledger works. That's how blockchains work. But we price it in US dollars. So as the price of H-bars goes up and down, the price of your transaction is constant. And so you can rely on the cost of goods for your company. And this is a very popular feature right now. And so it is very nice to be using Hedera where the prices are set. They are constant. This allows the KYC, the proof of reserve using the Oracle system, very granular governance controls if you use a smart contract, micropayments that are very cheap and fast, 10,000 a second if you're using the native tokens, role-based administration with the keys and even the multi-layer keys I talked about, the threshold keys with multiple layers, and then the whole ecosystem support from Hedera. So you get the best of both worlds by combining both. And this Stablecoin Studio is designed to make it easy to combine the best of both worlds. So an administrator can use the web interface or the CLI, either one. They use this SDK. They create a smart contract. This thing will deploy a smart contract for you. It will also do what you need reaching out from your app to the native token service, both at the same time. The users could use maybe a wallet on their phone or a game on their phone, and they don't even understand all this stuff is happening in the background. All they know is that I'm able to just deal with a stablecoin. I can send money back home to my family. That's all they know. It's just very easy for the users, and it's easy for you to make it easy for the users. So this is the way it is set up. Proof of reserve is important. I think there have been a lot of scams. They've given our industry a black eye. You need proof of reserve. You need to know that your stablecoin is stable. You really shouldn't call it a stable coin if it's not stable. We have custody providers that are integrating this. We have the Oracle system that is has integrated this. We have KYC and AML services that are integrating this. We actually have quite a few parties, third parties, that have integrated this. And so when you have this simple thing that you get up in minutes, even before you start changing it, you have a whole ecosystem that it immediately works with. So it takes advantage of all the different powers of Hedera. It also takes advantage of this ecosystem. You can see all the different companies here that are doing various parts of the puzzle. Multiple custody providers, multiple KYC, multiple infrastructure, and so on. The fees are very low. So you can create a new stablecoin with 1 billion tokens if you want for $1 or $2. You can mint them, new ones very, very cheap. You can transfer them for $0.001 of a US dollar, and it is denominated in dollars. All of these are. You could use a smart contract if you want, and it's only 5 cents. So if you need the rare occasions with all the extra logic, it's not $30, it's only 5 cents. And again, denominated in dollars, so it's predictable. And then you have all these other things you can do, burn, pause, freeze, and wipe, and they are not very expensive either. There is an audit report. We have had the code audited, and the audit report is at that URL. It's on hedera.com. And so you can see the audit of the code. And just like I said, proof of reserve, I think, is important. I think auditing code is important. Even auditing other things is important. We are big fans of that. And so we have all of our code audited. Also, this project is audited. And so there are a number of people that have used this. I love the quote from Shin Han. This is the South Korean, oldest bank in South Korea. And what they said is that it is a game changer for their successful stablecoin remittance pilot. So they used this for remittances. A real bank using this for a real purpose. And they said this was a game changer because it was easy. And you can see that Standard Bank and Jewel and other companies have said that this is useful. Now, can Web3 take over the world without this sort of thing? Of course. If people really want it badly enough, they can take advantage of Web3. They will come eventually. But if we really want to accelerate how fast the world gets the advantages of Web3, the speed, the lower cost, the disintermediation, the greater security, even whole new use cases arising that you couldn't do with the old Web 2 way of doing things. If we really want to accelerate that, what we as a community need to do is make it as easy as possible to build. And the way we do that is by building things like this example that has example code that is actually working, and easy ways to modify it, and a library of other features you can add, and then a general purpose language like TypeScript where you can do anything in your app, and like Solidity where you can do anything in your smart contract when you need it. And so this, I think, is the future of Web3, and I am enjoying seeing other people building accelerators like this in other ledgers and on Hedera, and I just love seeing what's happening here on Hedera with this project. This is the way we all need to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lehman. And now we shall move on with our next keynote speech. Another keynote speech, but this time on the topic of metrics and attributes of a successful Web3 business. Our next speaker, Mihai Grigore, leads the Web3 protocol research team at Messari, covering mid-layer infrastructure, base layers, and consumer. Mihai previously worked in AI at UBS and Swiss Re, and he started 2 tech ventures. He holds a PhD in information systems from ETH, Zurich, Switzerland. So I do believe that there is no one better suited to talk about metrics and attributes of a successful Web3 business. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me up on stage, Mihai Grigore.
All right. Thank you very much for the beautiful introduction, and hello, everyone. Today I'm going to speak about successful Web3 businesses, how to identify them in a structured manner, also why that is important, and what are some of the challenges at identifying them through the help of metrics. All right, let's kick this off. I'm going to start with saying that not everything is rosy in the crypto world, especially nowadays. So I'm going to address the elephant in the room, which is product market fit. So essentially, we see quite many examples out there of protocol teams that have already been building beautiful technology. However, they haven't been able to find that exact problem to solve. So if I may here use an analogy,
to the hammer. So the hammer is beautiful technology that we have in the hand, and actually having that at our hand, we will see only beautiful nails out there, and it's essentially, technology searching for a solution. Now, not everything doesn't have a product market fit out there. So there are like clearly examples in the space where we see traction, we see adoption, we see revenue accrual. And together with my team at Messari, what we do is we go sequentially through different sectors in order to identify those business models that already work today. So essentially, we look at 4 different large sectors, starting with base layers. So we look at layer 1s. Here, essentially, you have the likes of Ethereum and Solana. Layer 2s, here we have essentially the scaling protocols like Optimism and Arbitrum. Moving forward to Web3 infrastructure, so this is the middle layer between layer 1s, layer 2s, and actually building useful and used applications. So here in this bucket, we have all the technologies that allow the next generation of applications. So think, for instance, of data indexing. Think, for instance, of the graph or covalent. Think also, for instance, of data storage, and here we have the likes of Arweave and Filecoin, or think also, for instance, in terms of decentralized compute, and here we have the likes of Akash and LivePeer. Moving forward to DeFi, so these are the classical examples of decentralized exchanges, so take their Uniswap or lending and take their Aave. And then in terms of consumer, we've seen an emergence of quite a lot of decentralized social media applications. So think there in terms of Farcaster or Lens. So what we did is we went through each of these sectors and came up with what are those business models that we see that currently work as of today. So in terms of like base layers, we do have block space, which is a suitable product market fit in terms of actually being able to sell block space to users. So essentially, if we take the example of Ethereum, it issues every 12 seconds compute space that is available for users to buy. And essentially, this is how Ethereum accrues fees. In terms of Web3 infrastructure, we have the more classic SaaS, or software as a service model. And here we see like 2 types of models. So one of them is usage-based, and the other one is subscription-based, so literally bound on time. In terms of DeFi, so we've had like previous talks speaking about trading fees and yield farming, yield generation. So I'm not going to go into details there. Whereas in terms of consumer, we've seen some emerging applications out there, especially like friend tech nowadays, but we cannot say that that business model is already ingrained, is already bulletproof. So I think, friend tech will need to test, to pass the test of time, essentially. So what these 4 business models have in common is the willingness of users to actually pay for using the protocols. And with that, I'm going to go through the bread and butter of this. So what are those metrics that are so important in order to see whether a business is successful or not? We spoke about revenue. We spoke about accruing fees from using a protocol. However, this has to be corroborated with the issuance of tokens. So it's essentially how many tokens does the protocol issue in order to subsidize or to incentivize the usage? So what is ultimately the token issuance schedule? What is the inflation schedule? And the second question is whether this token issuance actually leads to real usage. So we see quite many examples out there that users maybe just go online, click on a couple of beautiful buttons, and they collect some rewards. However, they are not sticky. So essentially, we're looking at having users that are sticky and that are willing to use the application for longer. And then ultimately, does this usage actually lead into revenue accrual? So does it lead into actually having fees accrued? So essentially, we have a flywheel over here, and we can see that some protocols maybe overdo it on the issuance side. They get some initial traction, they get some usage. However, sometimes it is hard to accrue revenue. So to give one example here, I'll quickly run you through what we do at Messari, how we come up with these metrics. So the first one highlighted here is a metric on usage, and we can see that usage is growing over the quarters. The second one is inflation, so inflation goes down, which is a positive sign. And then the third one is the revenue in USD, and here we can see a drop in revenue in USD, primarily due to the fact that the market has been going down. All right, this is only the tip of the iceberg. So at Messari, we do a lot of data aggregation and research aggregation. So in case you want to follow our work, you can go ahead and test our Protocol Explorer and also our Asset Screener. You can go ahead and read our research, and also on the engineering side, you can contribute to our open source software development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mihai, for your presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the last panel of the second block of the second day of the CV Summit 2023. Because blockchain technology is not just having an impact in the crypto valley. It can also make significant inroads in emerging markets by reducing inefficiencies, enhancing transparency, and increasing access to financial services and opportunities. I'm really looking forward to the next panel hosted by Devin Krantz, the founder of Web3 Sanctuary, and her panel on how blockchain is helping emerging markets leap ahead. For that purpose, we have, first off, the moderator herself, Devin Krantz. She will be joined by her panelists, the Managing Director, Africa of CVVC, Gideon Greaves. And we have the co-founder and executive chairman of Power Ledger, Dr. Gemma Green. And last but not least, we have the co-founder and CEO of Purpose, Kevin Kaya.
Cool. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for taking the time to join us today on our panel. Today we're going to be taking a deep dive into a discussion that's sitting at the intersection of technology and emerging markets. And I'm really, really stoked to be here actually with three incredible figures in the space, all with their own expertise in varying fields. So I'd like to tell you a little bit more actually quickly about everyone that's joining us on stage, starting with Kevin. So please, Kevin, CEO and co-founder of Purpose, a platform dedicated to empowering eco-conscious investment for a sustainable future. Kevin, I don't know if you maybe want to give a quick opening statement, no one-liner, just say hi to everyone.
Thanks again. So my name is Kevin Kyer. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Purpose. We are giving access for those that care about the planet to have a direct connection and invest in the future of the planet. Am I still mic'd up?
Yep.
Sound like it went dark.
Yeah, you still good.
And our main thing is that if you want to invest in climate today through traditional finance, you need to have a lot of money. And what we're doing is we're democratizing that, lowering it down, bringing a bit of collaboration, Web3 technology, so it's also a very efficient and transparent way of where the funds go.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Kevin. And then sitting next to you is Dr. Gemma Green, co-founder and executive chairman of Power Ledger, which is a beacon in utilizing blockchain for innovative energy solutions. She started out her career at JP Morgan in London with a focus on sustainability in financial markets and has progressed quite a way through, I guess, a number of different prospects since then. I don't know if you want to maybe also give a couple of opening statements.
Thanks for having me. We make software for utilities and large corporates for tracking electricity, trading electricity, and trading environmental commodities, so things like carbon credits and renewable energy certificates. And we're working in India extensively there, which I think is relevant to the emerging markets conversation. But we've also got clients in Europe, in France, Austria, Spain. So I think interestingly though, the developing markets may be the kind of test case or leapfrog some of the technologies faster than like some of the high-income OECD countries. So I think it's going to be an interesting conversation.
Amazing, definitely. And I think we're going to dive into a couple of more deeper questions around the energy sector a little bit further on. And then sitting next to me is Gideon, a South African innovator and the managing director for Africa at CVVC. Gids, I don't know if you want to say a few words as well?
Yeah, sure. I think everyone knows what CVVC and CV Labs does. The model is the same in Africa, just slightly localized, of course. The use cases are different. And I think the power of the technology and blockchain specifically can really transform the continent. So I think from that aspect, we're just seeing really unique and different use cases in Africa, but also kind of going back to basics, right? So all those use cases that were theorized by professors during the inception of Bitcoin, we're seeing those come to life in Africa and can have a huge sort of transformational impact on the continent.
Amazing, very much so. And to give you guys a little bit of a background to myself as well, so I'm the CEO and founder of Web3 Sanctuary. We are an edtech platform to train and place the next generation of Web3 developers. Prior to that, I ran a blockchain software development company with our grassroots actually coming from Johannesburg in South Africa. So I think all of us kind of got our own expertise and views on different markets and emerging markets. And I'd like to actually kick off the panel by asking all of you, and you can decide amongst yourself who goes first actually, how is blockchain fostering financial inclusion in emerging markets? Gids, actually, maybe you can kick this one off and we'll go down the line.
Yeah, sure. So as I mentioned, the use cases are sort of all those really digestible, non-speculative use cases that can really transform the continent. And the biggest one, as you mentioned, is financial inclusion. Only 45% of Africans have their own bank account. And it's very close to home. I mentioned it 2 days ago, but I've got 2 staff on my property and they don't have bank accounts. And that is mainly because of lack of identification. Of course, to open a bank account, you need to do a KYC process, and they don't have identification. So I have to pay them with mobile money, or I have to e-wallet them the actual cash. So those are 2 great use cases and examples right there. You need identification, which can be solved with blockchain, and then on the back of that, financial inclusion can also be solved with blockchain, and also giving access to credit for Africans that don't have the luxury of having that access. Microloans, for example, where you're getting peer-to-peer loans and they wouldn't necessarily have the credit score to get that from an institutional legacy bank. But there's many. I could go on for quite a while, so interested to hear what you guys have to say as well.
In the case of electricity in developing countries, I mean, some farmers and households will install solar for their own purposes, but they may not be using it all the time. So the ability to sell surplus electricity to others in the community can really underpin the business case for them investing in the first place, provide an additional income stream, and also allow other households that perhaps can't afford to put in solar to access renewable energy. And that could be through a conventional grid, but also within a microgrid, they might just come and use energy from like charging things perspective. And so this kind of microeconomy using like distributed and decentralized energy and technology, I think can open up a lot of potential at just looking at electricity. But then the ownership of the underlying assets, I think, could be very interesting around tokenization of those assets to allow small investments to be made, to own parts of assets, and then derive benefit from people purchasing the energy associated with those assets.
Definitely, and there's a couple of use cases already popping up around a lot of African countries that we are aware of that are doing similar type projects. So it's exciting to kind of see that development already starting out. Kevin, do you have anything to add?
Gideon covered most of what I would have said because I'm just not mic'd up. Yes, I am. I think it's more about to me, I mean, everyone says financial inclusion, but the big part of that within financial inclusion is how do funds get into some of these emerging markets? And so for us, in our use case, it's like, how do we get funds into emerging markets where it's transparent, there's transparency, people trust it, and then you have this back and flow transparency through blockchain. But then there's other companies within the CVVC portfolio where they're taking money coming from NGOs that have to pass across the world, and there's all this leakage going around. That's Koala Pay. So I think there's just incredible examples of money coming in. That's the scope of what I work in, even if it's in climate, because I want to see more money going into the areas that need it the most. So again, Gideon, you took my answer.
Yeah, maybe just to build on that comment, we're working in Uttar Pradesh in India, which is the largest and most populous state there. There's 235 million people living there, and there's low levels of electrification actually, and it's one of the poorer states. And we did a very small peer-to-peer energy trading project there, and the regulator saw that, well, firstly, they've got big targets to get to certain amount of renewable energy, like 500 gigawatts by 2030 across India. And they're hitting the large-scale targets for big solar farms and wind farms, but they're lagging behind for deployment of small-scale renewables. And the regulator in Uttar Pradesh saw that using peer-to-peer trading, you could encourage the growth of distributed renewables without subsidy, which was the mechanism for growing it up until now. And so it's kind of allowing the citizens to invest and put in distributed solar and storage and things like that, as well as hitting the kind of governmental targets, but doing it in an efficient way without pushing up the electricity prices, because doing it through subsidy actually causes electricity prices to go up. So I think it's kind of analogous to what you're saying there. It's like looking at a different commercial model and a business model that engages people economically in new ways.
Definitely, and I think thinking in new ways or approaching problems from a different perspective is something that emerging markets are doing incredibly well, that I don't think countries in Europe or actually in the States or anywhere else really would be able to basically comprehend, because we have a whole new set of problems that need to be solved with a different way of thinking. So, and through that, we've been able to leapfrog technologies in the past. I don't know, like South Africa as an example, for example, we went straight from normal banking to straight into mobile banking. Now everywhere in South Africa is basically like tap to pay. And I see Web3 being able to make similar advancements in other countries, or to basically, where there's no system in place, it's a lot easier to create a new one versus in more developed countries where there's already a working system in place and requires a lot more convincing to basically change.
Definitely, yeah. The power of incumbency, I think, of incumbent systems, you can see the entropy in those systems, and it may be that you have new models that get created outside of that system and then brought back in, as opposed to them incubating inside. Yeah.
But it's also about utility, right? Like so much of Web3 that we think about in the markets that we're all involved in, you're trying to find new models, but we've got the basics here, right? So we're very, very fortunate, but it's out of necessity in emerging markets. And I think that's where it becomes so interesting, because from day one, if a startup starts using Web3, they're able to find that capability right off the bat. Where often you're trying to build a market, when you're in a developed market, it's utility, right?
Yeah, Kevin, I know that you're actually focusing quite a bit on emerging markets within your own company, and I wanted to know if maybe you could dive into a little bit more about like the why and the how and the what you're doing around that, as well as a use case for our discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those that don't know, so Purpose is a platform where you can put your money on the platform. That platform then funds companies that reduce future carbon emissions. Those companies are selling renewable energy projects, and that is in emerging markets. And part of the reason we looked at emerging markets was really a function of, I feel like I've already said it, it's a necessity. It's an absolute ability to take capital from areas that have it to the areas that need it. But again, it's not a donation. This is a regenerative model. So when we looked at where could we do something? Of course, we could fund something here in Switzerland where I'm based, and that has a different risk profile. Put solar on a home or something of that nature, and yes, it's local and it feels good, but what are you really doing when you electrify somebody in Switzerland? You're just pulling them off the grid. Where when you go into an emerging market, particularly in off-grid communities, you're not only reducing carbon emissions, the move from fossil fuels over to clean and renewable, you're also changing lives, right? You're saving them money, you're helping their health, and with the kids, they're able to study longer, and so their grades go up. So we were very intentional of, we want to reduce carbon emissions globally, and we'll expand into other markets, but we feel that where there's a need, and we can leverage blockchain to be more transparent, get the funds there faster, more effective, it was like a match. That's how we came about it.
And Dr. Gemma, I actually wanted to know if you could maybe touch on a little bit more, like following Kevin's discussion around climate and how energy and climate use cases are currently being used in emerging markets and where it makes most sense there. And then we can dive a little bit more as well into how decentralized energy is actually coming about now as more of a topic.
Sure. Well, I think that the traditional energy system has really remained unchanged for like the better part of a century. You know, big power stations, transmission lines, distribution lines bringing electricity to people's homes and businesses. And so that's like, you know, the kind of mainstream paradigm. And in the past sort of 20 or 30 years, you started to have, you know, rooftop solar and batteries and things like this imbued into the existing system. So it's kind of becoming a hybrid two-way system, electrically speaking, but the market mechanisms actually haven't evolved yet to allow that, except in a very rudimentary sense, like with a feed-in tariff. So it's like a very blunt price signal to allow, you know, people to export their surplus solar effectively into the grid. And I think in the context of markets like Thailand, we're doing a project, or India, there is much more appetite to create different ways of transacting. So in India, they've created this concept called open access, which is actually where states in India can move trade electricity at the kind of state level, but they're also open to allow that electricity to be traded. Say we all live in a suburb, and if you do that, like if we all trade electricity in a suburb, then we need less electricity from elsewhere, and so it reduces the need to build a big transmission line to port electricity in to facilitate that economic, exactly. But then you're like, well, what's the way to actually allow that trading to occur between us in a very efficient way? And I think blockchain is a really great use case for that because it allows you to track electricity down, to a very granular level, type, time, place, if you have a blockchain that is really performant. And so we, since we set up the company, we've actually tested 4 different blockchains. We started off with a fork of Bitcoin, and then we moved to an Ethereum-based blockchain, like a private consortium chain. And then we did some testing with Quorum, and in May last year, we realized that the Ethereum chain that we were using largely was really not fit for purpose when you started to get thousands and thousands of transactions per second, because smart meter data was generating that much information. And so we started looking for solutions, and we looked at quite a few. And I saw later on today there's an interesting panel happening with Solana and Hedera and DFINITY. But we thought Solana was really a great technology for the electricity use case with some adaptions, and it was very cheap and very energy efficient. And I think when you start looking at electricity use cases using blockchain, you need a blockchain that is energy efficient. It's kind of essential. So we did a clone of the Solana blockchain and made the Power Ledger chain. And just recently, we tested it for like a year and a half and adapted it further for the electricity use case. And in August of this year, we made it public. And we did that. We're not really a layer 1 project in the sense of many others, because we develop our own applications which we put on our blockchain. But it was important for many of our clients that we actually had an open source public blockchain for them. And it also meant that other applications that have electricity and carbon and climate applications that are looking to add a blockchain element to their product could use it as well. But I noticed, in the blockchain space, Bitcoin is often maligned as being, super energy hungry, and it can obscure the conversation around blockchains for sustainable development and, that they can be extremely energy efficient, that they can be run on renewable energy, and you'll see the sort of sustainability credentials. A lot of the Gen 3 chains. But I think it's not until you get a super performant blockchain that can process, 10,000 plus transactions per second that you can really start to imagine some of the use cases that, we saw, in the internet era of 1995, 96. It wasn't till when the desktop computer was first invented, no one really knew what to do with it. They thought, oh, we'll put WordPerfect on there and we'll make it it's a fast typewriter. And it took a while until you had that technology, until people could really imagine what was possible. And I think we're in a similar state now. A bit like Uber no one could imagine Uber until you had GPS and then maps and everyone had a smartphone, then the idea of Uber happened. And it feels like the performance of blockchains now is enabling us to contemplate completely new models for value transfer, investing from high-income OECD countries in developing countries and things like that. So I'd say that the use cases that we've got right now are important, but they may not be everything.
Yeah, I mean, we are still, I guess, at the beginning of our journey in a lot of senses, laying the foundations for potential further advancements, whether it's financial inclusion, climate change, energy advancements. I definitely think that there will be a lot more to come our way and a lot more impact to be had. In being wary of time, I wanted to know if you guys want to maybe give a couple of closing remarks, maybe surrounding some of the challenges in the infrastructure or challenges in general that we're still facing in terms of implementing Web3 in emerging markets, and then maybe what you're most excited about for the future, to close it off on a nice note.
Sure. So I think that let me start with what you ended with. What's exciting about the technology for a place like Africa, or for an emerging market like Africa specifically, is that a large chunk of the continent's GDP is lost to corruption. And I think blockchain can obviously solve that.
Transparency.
Trust and transparency, two things of which African governments don't have, right? So I think there's a lot of use cases centered around that. That's what I'm excited about. I spoke 2 days ago briefly about a use case to be able to track and trace procurement and tender processes, which is the majority of where the GDP is, the GDP that is lost to corruption is lost to. And then I think a big one is education. I think globally there's a big divide between Web 2 and Web 3. There's that education gap, but I think it comes across even more so in Africa. We engaged with the Kenyan Reserve Bank recently, and you would think that they would be quite negative towards cryptocurrency in general. I mean, there's no on-ramping in Kenya. You have to trade via peer-to-peer solutions. But they were very open to it, and they were very excited about starting to implement new policies. And the big thing that we noticed there is they basically said, we don't understand this, but we're excited to start implementing it. So it's not like there's a lot of passion, or there's a lot of policymakers against it. It's more the fact that they don't understand it. And I think education in Africa and other emerging markets is really important, and that's one of the challenges that we face.
Education and awareness is a good first step, definitely.
And that's what you're doing.
That is what I'm doing. Kevin and Dr. Gemma, last few remarks?
I mean, simply democratization of power for a sustainable future. Citizens can take control of their energy future. And I think the electricity deregulation happening globally is a bit like the Telecommunication Deregulation Act. So we'll start to see more open access and more economic development and low cost, low carbon power.
Thank you.
I would just add very briefly, making sure that there's real world solutions on chain that gives a bit of credibility because of what Web3 can do. I think we owe it to ourselves as an industry to give those examples. And I'm encouraged by it because I see it every day. 18 months ago, when I was talking about my solution in Web3 circles, it didn't seem to make sense. But now it's growing, and people are realizing the benefit of what we can do. But we need to show the world on how that happens. And it will happen.
It will. It will. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you all for joining us. That's us for today on helping emerging markets. So thank you all so much.
Cool.
Thank you, Devin, and your panel, which concludes the second block of our second day at the CV Summit 2023. I invite all of you to now enjoy the networking break. We will see each other in a little more than 1 hour at 6 o'clock sharp. Now, be here at 6 o'clock and fill out the auditorium because there will be treats aplenty. We will have a keynote speech by Jordi Baylina. He will talk about zkEVM technology and the quest for scalability. And we'll have three panels on building the Internet of Value, account abstraction and L2s, as well as the unheard stories of Polygon's founders and their crypto valley journey. All of this will be leading up to the treat I've been talking about in the morning already. We will have the movie premiere here in the Crypto Valley of Scale, Zero Knowledge and the Quest for the New Internet. Ladies and gentlemen, do not miss this opportunity. I would also, before we go into the break, like to thank our sponsors, without whom all of this would not be possible. Our silver sponsors would be Coinbase, Julius Baer, Swissborg, Lisk, and Partisia. And we have our bronze sponsors, Bank Frick, Merki Baumann, Quadra Trade, Alien Worlds, Dacoco, Auviso, Chilis, Fireblocks, Defika, MME, CryptoStake, and last but not least, Huawei. Ladies and gentlemen, also do not miss your chance on winning. Please post your experiences of the CV Summit online and hashtag it with CV Summit, either on LinkedIn or Twitter, and be one of the 4 winners of 100 Swiss francs, either in Ethereum or Bitcoin. Now, without further ado, enjoy the break, enjoy the networking, enjoy CV Summit 2023.
Hedera is the most used, sustainable public distributed ledger in the world, with use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it, offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build? Hedera is the most used, sustainable public distributed ledger in the world, with use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it, offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build? Hedera is the most used, sustainable public distributed ledger in the world. With use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it. Offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build? Hedera is the most used, sustainable public distributed ledger in the world. With use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it. Offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build? Hedera is the most used, sustainable public distributed ledger in the world. With use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it. Offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build? Hedera is the most used, sustainable public distributed ledger in the world. With use cases from preserving testimony to anchoring warning systems, ensuring the safe storage of vaccines, and allowing us to get back to life as we knew it. Offsetting our carbon footprint while enjoying the new token economy. These are just a few of the game-changing applications built on Hedera, which is governed by the world's leading organizations and fueled by HBAR, the world's greenest cryptocurrency. What future will you build?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third block of the second day of the CV Summit 2023. Do you still have energy for this last block? Wonderful. And may I reiterate the question, do you still have energy? Give me something. Wonderful, now we're talking. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the energy we need for our last panelists in this last block of the second day. And we are starting you off with an exclusive and very special panel on protocols, building the Internet of Value. This panel will be hosted by none other but Shyam Duraiswamy. We've heard from him before. He is a Web3 architect and strategist. So now let's give me a loud hand for Shyam Duraiswamy. He is being joined up on stage by the panelists, the founder and chief scientists of DFINITY Foundation, Dominic Williams. And our second panelist, we have heard from him before. He's the inventor of the hash graph algorithm, co-founder of Hedera, and co-CEO of Swirls Labs, Dr. Leemond Baird. And finally, we have the president of the Solana Foundation, Lily Liu.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this chat on the Internet of Value. We've got three amazing protocols here. To my left, we've got Dominic Williams. He's a chief scientist and founder of the DFINITY Foundation and a major contributor to the Internet Computer blockchain. Before getting into DFINITY and blockchain, he built a massively multiplayer online game and a social network for children. It was called Fight My Monsters, and it scaled to 3 million users. So he knows something about building complex things and getting adoption. Then we've got Dr. Leemond Baird. He's a co-founder of Hedera and inventor of the Hashgraph consensus algorithm. And he's also co-CEO of Swirls Labs. In his spare time, he loves solving math problems still, despite all the great accomplishments. And he also finished his Carnegie Mellon PhD in 2 years and 9 months, which is a great, great achievement. And then we have Lily. Lily Liu is the president of the Solana Foundation. She's also the co-founder of Anagram, and she's part of the Osmosis founding team. She's just moved here from California to Switzerland. She's been here a year, and she really loves the beef here. She finds it of great quality. So welcome, everyone. So first question, we're going to talk about Internet of Value. We probably heard this term back in 2017. Maybe Ripple first spoke about it, but it was kind of very narrow sense at that time. Looking now to 2023, how do each of you think about Internet of Value today? Who wants to go first?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So what is Internet of Value? I don't know. Maybe what it means is that we're taking things of value and putting them into blockchains where we can actually do things with them. And so that would mean tokenization. That would mean taking things in the real world that have value and bringing them in. And I think we're starting to see this now, of not just playing around and figuring out how can we do tokenization, but actually taking things in the real world that have value. And ultimately, I think everything of value will end up on the blockchain because it's faster and cheaper and more secure and enables new use cases.
Okay. Dom, do you agree? Do you see?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can define Internet of Value in many different ways. And in Web3 today, it's something very simple. It's tokens and NFTs and so on. At DFINITY, we're interested in this idea of the internet acting as a cloud service, in a sense, where you build with smart contracts. And the idea is that you can build something like a social network on the blockchain itself, which is very different to the standard model today, where you build on Amazon Web Services and you just keep some tokens on the blockchain and some NFTs, and then when the NFTs involve a picture, for example, that's stored on typically Amazon Web Services too. So we're interested in, when I got into crypto, of course, like everybody else, I guess, through Bitcoin, and was very fascinated by the theory that came with it, and the idea that it's Satoshi's mission, if you like, to remove intermediaries and things like that. And I saw that you can put things on the blockchain. They don't need to be protected by a firewall. Started just with tokens, of course, digital gold, Bitcoin, and then Ethereum showed that you can put code and data on the blockchain too, and smart contracts don't need a firewall either. And in a sense, these units of code and data are like Bitcoins themselves. And you just keep on extrapolating, and well, why can't we have a social network sitting on a blockchain in the form of a token like a Bitcoin?
Yep.
And why can't we control access to that via something like a DAO? And that's what's happening on the internet computer today. People are building all kinds of things, some mass market services, and there's no traditional tech involved at all. It's full stack decentralization, and these services are updated by something called a service nervous system. It's a kind of DAO, but it's a framework for updating them. And the communities of these services essentially own them through these decentralized governance systems that actually push the updates to the code. These communities actually own the services that they use in the same way that you or I can own a Bitcoin.
So first we had just payments, let's say. So it was Ripple saying it's unified payments instantly, as quickly as we're exchanging information. But I think what you're describing is that now it's actually a spectrum of assets. There's public, private, and real-world assets. And what you're bringing in is like there's another dimension, which is also the infrastructure. So the Internet of Value is not just tokens, but it's like a whole range of things, including communities co-owning the infrastructure and so on.
Yeah, so the thing of value could be a token, it could be an NFT, it could be a smart contract, or it could be a smart contract that is powerful enough, or a collection of smart contracts that's powerful enough to run a social network. And the whole thing, all the user data, all the computation, the whole thing can be on the blockchain and run under the control of a very sophisticated DAO framework that allows the community of users and other participants, developers and investors and so on, to actually directly own that service, which doesn't have any backdoors. Okay. So I think Internet of Value started off with tokens, but it's going to become something much more.
Okay. Lily, bringing you into...
Sure. I think it's actually much more than just a simple payment. I think that's where you have to start, right? Mm-hmm. And I find in blockchain, many of the things that are really going to be these explosive use cases one day have actually been articulated for, at this point, really 15 years, right? Bitcoin articulated this early on. Just didn't really have the infrastructure really at all to actually actualize this for a number of reasons. But to me, if I take a step back, it's really about sort of internet value. It's around the composability of essentially money. But to me, it's even about a little bit more than that. Because if you look at the Web 2 world right now, there's so much activity happening in the Web 2 world. All these people spending massive amounts of time online. It's actually extremely poorly monetized, right? Essentially, the way that gets monetized is it gets fungified through a corporate somewhere in the form of likes, clicks, ad views, things like that, and that becomes the base. That essentially is the proxy token of value, right?
Yep.
Or representation of value that is lowest common denominator, fungified, and then sells for whatever you want to price a click at, right? So that today is the monetization of the internet. And of course, the value chain of how that gets created and sold and advertisements and all that type of stuff is, there's a whole industry behind that. And there's, I don't know whether it's between 5, 10, or even 15 actors between me reading an article and then that ad being served to me, right? Whereas in crypto, there's the token, and yes, it could be a token representing a fungible token, a stablecoin, a different real-world asset, whatever it might be. But then because these things are inherently programmable, you can compose them together. And I think that's where it becomes very interesting to allow that sort of that richness, but then also that directness between potentially sort of just peer-to-peer actors, right? So to me, it's not just around the payment layer. That's really just the beginning. What I think is very powerful now is, with any number of these platforms, you have these rich independent developer communities that can build applications based on these smart contracts, and then you can extend a simple payment, transfer a token from me to you and back. Wow, that was really fast. But now you can build things on top of that and take sort of core. If you look at financial products from like a first principles perspective of, for example, consumer credit markets, right? Now you can potentially re-architect those things to be built for a global 24/7 peer-to-peer type of community, right?
Yeah, so let's say I think what you're all touching on is like totally different actors who are helping to build these protocols. So you spoke about the developers that are coming in, you spoke about DAOs. This is like completely different to how the internet was built. They were very specific set of like organizations, standards organizations, and traditional companies. How do you see this new wave of organizations or entities actually helping to build the internet of value? How do you, in your protocols, nurture your DAOs, your developers, and your ecosystems? Is it possible to do it in this completely new way? And what's working and what's not working?
Well, I think you have to separate the network, the platform, from the ecosystem to some degree, because necessarily, next generation blockchains are extremely complicated, involve a lot of advanced cryptography, new cryptography, complex distributed computing protocols, execution environments, and all kinds of other things too. So you're going to get one community that's working on the network protocol itself, and that mathematical protocol, because a protocol should be defined in math, that mathematical protocol creates a shared platform that an ecosystem builds on. So ideally, it should be very easy to build on that platform. So in a sense, these networks are like a thin waist, where you can invest a lot of money into R&D, have the brightest and best cryptographers and computer scientists and engineers, develop something that's really very powerful and completely robust, and then it should be very, very easy for people to build on top of these things.
Yep.
With respect to how we nurture that, we've got these things called ICP hubs that are growing worldwide at the moment, and just was in Asia a week ago and announced this thing called the ICP Asia Alliance. We had a hub in Korea with 800 people at a meetup, that kind of thing. And so sort of trying to, we're helping that, but it's sort of growing in a very decentralized way, and that's where we see the future.
And go ahead, Liam.
Well, sure. So how do we get the world to use these things? How do we build the ecosystem? Well, the ecosystem is many different kinds of people. There's developers. How do we get them? Well, what you do is you make it easy to develop on. You have developer evangelists that go out and talk. You have meetups. You have hackathons and conferences. And you have Stack Exchange. And we were just talking about AI. We have a thing with ChatGPT now where you can ask it questions about how to build things on Hedera, and it helps you build things on Hedera, that kind of thing. Then you have startups. And so we have grant-giving organizations. And so we have grant-giving organizations that help people to get started. We have accelerators that will actually give engineering help and business help and advice and things like that. There's a number of those. That helps build an ecosystem. And you have processes where they can give feedback on what new features ought to be added. And you have the Hedera improvement process, the HIP process. It's like the EIP for Ethereum or whatever. You have this process where they can get involved. And then you have enterprises, which is very important. And for enterprises, you need to reach out and say, talk with them. What are your real pain points? I know blockchain is a buzzword. You don't want to just do it because it's a buzzword. And when I talk to someone in enterprise, my first question is, do you even need blockchain? Could you just use a database? But in many cases, you need the trust, you need the efficiency, you need the speed, you need the decentralization of blockchain. And in that case, a DLT, a ledger, is what you need. And you talk to them about how this helps their bottom line. And so it makes things faster or cheaper, or it allows them to offer new services they've never offered before. And you need to talk to them at their level of what do they really care about. Is there a match? And maybe for a given enterprise, there's no match, and they shouldn't do it yet. But ultimately, you find where there are matches, and you need to go out and talk to them. And so we do a lot of that. And then we need to be able to have it for the final users. We need to make things easy to use. And in a lot of ways, we may need to make it invisible for them. I think the typical user, if you want to go out and buy a token or get some cryptocurrency, would you call that easy? Would anyone say this is an easy process? It is a nightmare for a typical person who knows nothing about computers and nothing about blockchain.
So how does it get addressed then?
First of all, you make it invisible anywhere you can. Maybe you already have a banking app with your bank, and you just fold it in and they don't even know about it. But maybe you have a MMO. Yeah. I just learned recently you did that. That is so cool. But maybe you have an MMO. You build it in so that your assets are tokenized and you don't even know it until the time comes to go sell your magic sword, and then you get money for it.
But is there a blurring between Web 2 and Web 3?
Of course. It's the Trojan horse, right? You start with Web 2 and then you have a Web 3 that's in the background and invisible behind the Web 2. And then there are many things where it can't be invisible. You actually know that you have a token. You make it easy then for users to create tokens. And so you have some program that helps them create something, and then there's just a button that says, hey, would you like to make a token out of it? Now that's pure Web3, but it's so easy, such a no-brainer, you just push the button and you're done. And we have to have key recovery being automatic and a no-brainer. All these things have to be easy. This is the future we have to get to, where for developers and for startups and for enterprises and for end users, it is incredibly smooth and easy and safe. We also have to make sure they can avoid the frauds and the scams and all those things in our industry. And this is part of what it means for our industry to mature and to really change the world. We have to do this.
Okay. And Lily, when we start talking about value, there's constant tensions with regulators. And what we've just described is all kinds of, there's a whole spectrum of assets that can be tokenized. And how do we overcome that barrier? How do you think about that in terms of like getting all these real world assets onto blockchains and then overcoming regulation?
Sure. Well, I mean, call me old-fashioned, but my original conception of what regulators are supposed to do is to be responsive to their communities and help balance sort of type 1 and type 2 error in ideally efficient ways, and not to inhibit innovation for the accumulation of their own power purposes, but actually to sort of bring wealth, innovation, and opportunity to their communities, right? Now, I recognize that may not be sort of the stated objective of all regulators in the world, right? But I think there are enough of them out there that understand that regulation is it's first of all not monolithic, and certainly in crypto, what I think you have is you have a very, very wide spectrum of actors, from some of the most brilliant people you'll meet to people who are really in this for the wrong reasons, right? So I think there is certainly a role of regulation in sort of cutting off, let's call it the leftward tail. And then you just have to be careful that you're not also sort of sacrificing too much on the other end, right? And I think there are enough regulators out there that that understand that trade-off and have dealt with that in very sophisticated ways. And the thing is, the nice thing about crypto is it is global first now, and there's amazing talent around the world, right? It's not all sitting in Silicon Valley as it kind of was initially with Web 2. So those network effects actually accrue sort of first to the digital ecosystem, the digital community, rather than any individual physical jurisdiction. So what I think is interesting about crypto, and I think we've already seen this over the last 10 years, every couple of years, the hot jurisdictions, they change, right? Even in Europe, Berlin, Lisbon, open question, right?
Yep.
Hong Kong, Singapore, now Hong Kong's trying to get it back. UAE is obviously very aggressive in the space these days. We'll see what London has to offer. America is not so hot, right, at the moment. And so, there's some people who choose to deal with that and other people who choose to diversify away, right? So I think that's one of the things that crypto can do very effectively, because it's very responsive in terms of, potentially suggesting the concept of jurisdictional competition.
Okay, very interesting. And here we're so used to, let's say on the internet, the old internet, that it all feels so unified. Okay, in crypto, we have so many layer 1s, and then we have layer 2s. It feels fragmented, and interoperability has been a big topic. So, and now what you guys have touched on is that there's a blurring between Web 2 and Web 3. So what's the progress that we've made on interoperability to make it all feel like a single internet of value?
Oh, go ahead.
I think, I probably disagree with the core thesis of most, of a lot of people in crypto. I mean, there's one view. Well, there's two things. First of all, I see, what we have at the moment is what we call Web 3, which is tokens and NFTs, okay. And then I see Web 3.0. Web 3.0 is full stack decentralization. Web 3.0 is things like social networks and the metaverse and games actually genuinely on the blockchain, not on Amazon Web Services and just tokens.
So the cloud infrastructure is decentralized?
It's not cloud infrastructure. The blockchain acts as a kind of cloud, like a serverless cloud where you build with smart contracts. So that's Web 3.0. What we have today is Web 3, where people build on Amazon Web Services and just keep some tokens on the blockchain. Sorry, the other piece of the integration. Yeah, so look, I mean, I spent 10 years in Silicon Valley. One of the key lessons that you learn if you really sort of study technology as a sort of field or the way tech evolves is that you do get the very strong forces of consolidation. And for example, if you look at social networks, once we had Friendster, Foursquare, MySpace, Bebo, today we've only got Facebook. So in the end, I think the reason you can't see it now is in blockchain is that we have a kind of flywheel economy. So people create new chains, there's a lot of excitement, people kind of want to ride the anticipated bump in token price. And the flywheel business is that you have a blockchain, you invest into the ecosystem, you make all these like showy headlines, the token goes up, you sell more tokens, you make more investments and more headlines. That's the predominant business model in Web3. And so developers oftentimes build because they're getting grants. And I think eventually it's going to be much more about the technology itself. And when it's more about the technology, you're going to see immense consolidation. You're not going to have all these insecure bridges where people can get robbed, connecting all these blockchains. In the end, people will care about the technology they're building on. It'll be immense consolidation.
Yeah, I agree. And you talked about interoperability. It is very important that you be able to move a token from one ledger to another, from one blockchain to another, and that you be secure, at least as secure as the least secure of the two blockchains. And it'd be fast, and that it be cheap, and that it be traceable, and all these other things. We are going to get there. I think that there's a lot of work on doing this. You want to be able to do it without having to trust validators in the bridge itself. You want to be able to do it without having to lose money if a hash doesn't get sent in time. You need to make it automated. You need to make it ABFT, if the ledgers themselves are ABFT, extra security, and we're getting there. You can have state proofs that allow messages between ledgers that prove that the message really did come from that ledger. All of this is important, and it is part of the maturing of our industry, is to have our industry be able to talk back and forth. The early days of the web, you had Prodigy and America Online and different webs, and eventually we had an interoperable one. The internet itself is an inter-network. It was a bunch of networks, and then it became connection, and I want to let you talk too.
No, go ahead. Please
because
finish.
we need to do that in Web3. Web3 has to follow the path of the internet and the path of Web 1.
So I think to kind of like summarize, there's basically a consolidation that will come.
Yes.
And then there's a smaller number of chains or
that
layers.
too, that's not what I was talking about, but that's also true. Instead of 1,000, you'll have a few. That happens in every industry. But those few will have to talk to each other so seamlessly that's almost like one big thing. That's what's coming.
So I should just add quickly that, I agree with what Lehman said. I mean, you're going to see this consolidation, but it's very important that these different chains talk to each other. So the internet computer is powered by something called chain key crypto, and smart contracts on the internet computer can create transactions on other blockchains without a private key. Exactly. So for example, the internet computer is being used as a layer 1 today, layer 2, for Bitcoin. And Lugano has just integrated chain key Bitcoin into its My Lugano app, and currently there's a thing called Oisy, which is a wallet that exists in a browser that runs with Ethereum. So that gives you an idea of how you can integrate chains using pure cryptography without a bridge, and that's obviously what I believe in. Yeah, you want to integrate chains with just pure math and trustless crypto.
So, last question, because we're out of time, I think, where interoperability can be solved, and it will happen. There's already examples that you're talking about. So currently, let's say the Internet of Value is worth $1 trillion or just over. What are your predictions that in 5 years, how big will it be? And you got 5 seconds to answer. Come on.
I honestly got no idea.
Okay, how about yourselves?
Technically, I would say the word is really big.
Okay, all right. Lily, would you put a number on it?
Easy 10x, why not, right?
Okay, all right, good. Excellent. Thank you so much. That's the intro.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special keynote for all of you. The next keynote will be about zkEVM technology and the quest for scalability. It will be given by a man who doesn't need much introduction, but for those who maybe don't know him yet, it will be given by Jordi Baylina. Jordi is a co-founder of Polygon and the technical lead and co-founder of Polygon zkEVM. As one of the most widely recognized Ethereum developers, he has made several high-impact contributions to the Ethereum community, including CIRCOM and PIL. He has a long history in the Ethereum community, including co-founding the White Hat Group to save funds during the DAO hack early in the network's history. He has spent years as a sought-after auditor, leading the teams that pored over the contracts of MakerDAO and Aragon. Before Hermes, he co-founded a number of projects, including the donation platform Giveth, Dapnode, and Iden3. And finally, he oversees the development and implementation of Polygon, zkEVM. So who could be better positioned than Jordi Baylina to talk about zkEVM technology and the quest for scalability? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you will help me in giving a very warm welcome to Jordi Baylina.
Hello, hello everybody. Scalability. Why blockchains don't scale? Asking this question is very much why consensus, why reaching consensus does not scale. If I need to reach a consensus between myself, I just say something, between a small set of people, it can go really fast. When this number of people grows, it's getting difficult, and if you want to decentralize, if you want to have a lot of people, this makes a lot of difficult. Maybe somebody needs to propose something, the others needs to vote, a lot of communications needs to happen between one, maybe there is some disagreements, and sometimes reaching consensus is hard. At the end, blockchains are consensus systems. So, and even they are computers, they need to talk with each other. They need to reach this consensus, and this is something that cannot go fast. And even that, there is another reason. It's like, okay, we can get a consensus in something that happened, maybe in executing one transaction, two transactions, three transactions. But to reach consensus, you want to reach consensus in something that's valid, in some transactions that are correct. You don't want to reach a consensus in one transaction that's double spended, for example. So that means that all the nodes, all the people that participate in the consensus, they need to execute those transactions and be sure that they are valid, that some transactions are well signed, that they have enough funds, and this takes time. I mean, for each computer, maybe analyzing and checking one transaction is fast, 10 transactions is fast, 1,000 transactions is fast, but if you want to process thousands or millions of transactions, this takes time. You need to check in the databases, it takes a lot of time. And this is the big problem. I mean, in a decentralized network, you don't have big computers. In general, if you want this to be decentralized, you want this network to run in small computers, and reaching this consensus depends on the executing all these transactions. So this was a big problem. This has been a huge problem since Bitcoin started. A lot of interesting approach to solve this scalability were solved. Okay? And was until 2017 or so on, started with Plasma, the idea, but then the idea of zk rollups starts coming in place. And this is very much kind of a final solution, and it's a real solution for scaling blockchains. The trick here is splitting what's the data availability, and the verification and the execution layer. Okay? The execution layer is solved with the zk technology, and the data availability is just the consensus, but the consensus, instead of having to execute transactions, the consensus is just about reaching a consensus of certain data. So it's a certain blob. Okay, we reach a consensus that we are sequencing blobs. Okay, so we are just taking this blob, or this quantity of data, this quantity of data, this quantity of data, and we just reach consensus to certain data that goes one after the other. In this data, there are that transactions, but the thing from data availability is that you don't need to execute anything about that. You just need to get consensus if which data is one after the other. And then, once you reach consensus about this data, then any client can analyze, can compute, can execute, can check if these transactions are valid or not, and deterministically reach a valid state of these transactions. Maybe transactions that are not valid are not processed. Transactions that are valid are processed. They are executed in the same way that they were sequenced. Okay? And so technically, even without zk, anybody can take this data and can compute this data. But imagine if this data is very long, imagine a chain that has been running for years, the quantity of data is huge. And a new member just need to arrive that, they don't download all this data, and they need to process all this data that we would take forever to verify the chain. So here is where zk technology comes to rescue. zk technology, especially is what we call the validity proof. The idea of this technology is that you are able to, somebody can do this computation, executing all the chain and computing a new state, but then can be other people that can verify, so they give you the result, this is the final state, and the other people don't need to execute all the data from the beginning. They just need to verify a zero-knowledge proof that comes with this computation. And this verification of this computation, it's constant time, very few milliseconds, no matter how much processing you are made. And this is the magic of this technology, quite new technology. And this is very useful because that means that you remove the execution from the consensus, and you split this execution in the consensus. And that's why this technology has been evolving so much in the last years, and this is the solution that the solution that we have the blockchain. So since now, blockchains already scale, thank you to this technology. But the scaling blockchains is not, we solve this is like the engine. This is this prover, this validity proof, this prover, this zk thing is what makes, computing this proof is what makes the things to scale. But scaling is not only about this proving system. I put here an example. This is the first turbine of a plane, the first design. But when you have a turbine, you don't have a plane. A turbine you need to build wings and all the pieces that a plane makes. And if you are trying to use an old plane with a huge engine, you're going to break the plane. So you need to rebuild the plane in order to go fast, to go high, and to move. And this is very much at the stage that we are right now. We are scaling all the remaining pieces so that all this engine, so that we can take all the powerful thing of all these engines. And here is where Polygon, especially Polygon 2.0, we are working on putting all these pieces together and making this technology available to the society. And this is very much what I wanted to explain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jordi. I think we'll be seeing you again in probably around 20 seconds, because our next panel will stay with L2s. It will be about account abstraction and L2s, the key to mass adoption. The question that will be debated is, do we have it all? It will be hosted by none other but Andy Pavia, co-founder of Palmera, the aggregation layer to end-chain organizations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with me Andy Pavia. And his panelists will be the technical lead of Web3 EMEA of Google Cloud, Sam Weeks. And we have not forgotten him. I don't think he needs another introduction. Jordi Baylina. Last but not least, we have the co-founder of Safe, Lukas Schor.
All right, amazing. What a great panel we have today. So as he described, we're going to be talking about account abstraction and layer 2s, the key to mass adoption. Do we have it all? So my name is Andy Pavia. Super happy to be here with this amazing panel. In Vitalik's latest blog post, he talked about 3 technical transitions that need to happen for us to achieve mass adoption. Smart accounts, layer 2 scalability, and privacy-preserving mechanism. I think we all agree that it's key for our industry to reach the next 1 billion users. And I think it's probably the most important topic we have nowadays in essentially Web3 and blockchain. So I'm really curious to hear the perspectives of our panelists over here. So let's start with maybe a quick introduction from the awesome panel we have.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sam Weeks. I'm from London. First time to Zurich and to Zug. So, yeah, it's great to be here. And I am the Web3 technical lead for EMEA for Google Cloud.
Well, hello, I'm Jordi Baylina. I'm mainly the technical lead at Polygon zkEVM.
I'm Lukas. I'm co-founder of Safe. We're a project based out of here, Zug, Bahnhofstraße. We're building account abstraction infrastructure, also have our own smart wallet, and we want to make this space more secure, more usable through smart accounts.
Amazing. So let's start with the first question. This is related to account abstraction. So I'm very curious to see the different perspectives. We have kind of 3 different angles, so it's going to be quite interesting. So in your opinion, what do you think is the most important feature that the community is not paying attention in regards to account abstraction? So maybe we can start with Lukas, since he's the closest.
I can talk for hours about this, so how long we have. Also, disclaimer, it might be a bit technical, but I think it's also good to have a technical panel. So generally, account abstraction was kickstarted as an initiative with an ERC 4337, maybe this people have heard about, which solves one problem for smart accounts. But generally, account abstraction I see more as a movement to make eventually every account in Web3 a smart account, because this just solves so many problems we have right now, where people write down a seed phrase and they lose the seed phrase because this is how regular accounts work today, how there's like a lot of complexity of using Web3, such as knowing what gas fees are and having to sign multiple transactions when you do one action on Web3. And like smart account is going to solve all these problems and more, but we're really just at the beginning right now. Like 457 solved one aspect, it's like how smart account transactions are being relayed, but now it's basically the beginning of a marathon. We need to solve many more issues. One of them is actually going to be on preventing vendor lock-in when we move to smart accounts. So there is like a dystopian future where suddenly every wallet out there, MetaMask, Trust, IM token, whatever, they will implement like a custom smart account which is optimized for their user experience. And we need to make sure that this isn't going to happen, because this means that suddenly you will be onboarded to a certain wallet and you cannot use this account anymore in any other wallet, which is the beauty of Web3 today. You're not locked into one solution. You can use MetaMask. If you don't like MetaMask, you put the seed phrase into a different, like a Ledger wallet or something. It's because it's so nicely standardized, the current accounts. That's one problem, where it's all about creating modular smart accounts where you don't have to build your custom full-fledged solution, but you can just put together different Lego pieces for smart accounts. And if we standardize this, and there's like initiatives like ERC 6900 that do that, then we can actually maintain this portability of accounts in Web3. There's security challenges where like smart accounts are smart contract based, and we definitely don't want to go where the DeFi ecosystem is going, where we see a new hack every week with smart accounts. Like, especially your account in Web3 needs to be super secure, and you don't need to always question, like, am I going to be hacked and so on. That's the second part. You see, I think
Lukas can keep talking about this for hours. Maybe kind of piggybacking on what you were saying, since we have Jordi over here, who's perfect to kind of maybe ask this in terms of like enshrining functionality into the protocol versus actually doing an ERC, or I guess in Polygon, they're probably called PRCs. What are your thoughts on that, specifically for account abstraction?
Well, the nice thing of the Ethereum space is that, I mean, it's an ecosystem. Okay, and I can explain, for example, in account abstraction, the idea of the zkEVM. I mean, we developed zkEVM. zkEVM is, EVM means Ethereum virtual machine. It means that we are compatible, we are equivalent to Ethereum. I mean, you can deploy a smart contract, instead of deploying to Ethereum, you deploy it to the EVM, but you don't even need to recompile. You just send the smart contract and it's working in there. So we are benefiting from the Ethereum ecosystem. On top of Ethereum, we are in the system. When we started the rollup project, we were not designing the rollup with account abstraction in mind. I mean, we were just thinking more in compatibility, in terms of compatibility and being
make it as simple as possible.
In being in the space and being Ethereum compatible, Ethereum equivalent in there. And the cool thing is that once we launch, I mean, all these account abstraction, ERC, and so on, developed by the community, we can take advantage of that without having invested a single hour just checking in that. We found that. Why? Because Ethereum is a huge ecosystem, and all these ERCs, all these proposals, evolutions, the ERC20, we know some of them. This is the cool thing of the Ethereum space, that all the developments, all the improvements, all the security fixes, everything that happens in the community space benefits the full community, the whole community as a whole. And this is the cool thing of being in Ethereum, in the Ethereum space for this.
100% power of open source, which we have elephant in the room here, Google. Yep. But yeah, so I think we all agree that moving forward, we're going to have multiple chains, multiple L2s, right? What do you guys think is essentially the most important thing from a UX perspective and reducing the complexity of it for the average user that we need to pay attention to?
I can start. I mean, from my perspective, we need much more standardization on the stack. I think that will be the initial thing that needs to be done to drive to accelerate an improved user experience. I think because at the moment, if you need to do interoperability for a single touch point with an account abstraction or something, that's so much harder if you've got a very wide range of technical stack below you. So if we were to find a standard stack and all agree to that stack, I think we're in a much better place, basically. And on the point on open source, I do think there are some lessons to learn from open source. One of the best things I think that came from IT in the last 15 years really has probably been the fact that we all decided that we're just going to forget about ownership of source code, forget about IP, and just collaborate together and build things together, and I hope that we can do the same. And that forces standardization because everyone works together on the same stack, basically. So I think if we can do that, and we can continue to do that into this new Web3 stack that we're building, that's going to be better for everyone.
Yeah, keep it open and transparent. So maybe a question for Jordi. In terms of, now there's I guess a new thread or a new narrative, or at least for me, which is kind of hey, we have this cool new thing, zero knowledge rollups. Why don't we essentially abstract that out and let even dApps kind of run their own chains with the objective of decreasing gas cost or even subsidizing the cost, right? Since you have your users, you want to incentivize your users to use your dApp. So one way to do it is kind of use Ethereum as the Ethereum or zkEVM or some other chains as the settlement layer, but then you have a rollup on top of it that is just your dApp. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's going to be the majority or the minority of the apps, or do you think it's just kind of a fad?
It's even much more than that. It's the fact that, so until now, the dApps that they wanted to, they wanted to run, for example, their own L1, and it was a kind of a tendency at the point. That's okay. Ethereum doesn't fit because it doesn't scale, so I need to create my system. I need to use my token and just create the L1. Okay, and right now this story is I would say is over. L1s is going to be very few. Because running an L1, a real L1, the real decentralized L1 is very expensive.
Let's ask that to the question. Can we have a show of hands of how many people think that we're going to have more than 5 layer ones? More than 5. So we got 1, 2 people, 3 people, 4, 5, 6. Okay. More than 20. Okay. 2. Okay.
But in any case, it's not going to be each app, one L1. This makes no sense at all. So, and the idea is that right now, spinning a rollup. This is the main idea of the Polygon 2.0. So the idea is that anybody can spin up a roll-up. I mean, you can have your own application. Here is good even from the business perspective. This can give you a lot of opportunities from the business side for each dApp to monetize and to have their own. And the interesting thing is that this zk proof allows you to, okay, you can have your own chain, but the rules are, you need to follow the rules, okay? So that means, and this follow the rules, that means that you can have shared liquidity. So you can share liquidity, you can do transfers to other networks, and you can use the liquidity of other networks. So you can see the full system with, you have your own roll-up, your own application, but you are part of this community. So you share the basics. I mean, you can interact with the other smart contracts, having the same liquidity pool. You have this composability between rollups. So you can have this system, and this is in a trustless manner. So it's not that something is connecting or there is a multi-sig that just No. This is the top of the protocol, and all that in an immediate. So the zk. So every time that a zk is generated, maybe a zk that proves the status, the evolution of all the chains with a single proof, and this is like a clock. I mean, maybe every 30 seconds you are doing this composability between chains. So this opens to a new concept. I mean, sometimes we talk about the scalability, and we talk about the scalability of vertical scalability for the single rollup. I mean, you want to have like a lot of transactions per second on the rollup. Yep. But then we have this horizontal scalability, and this is app chains or even private chains, public chains, chains with different. Maybe it's going to be some chains that they need decentralized sequencers, others where they need and they run like their own consensus for sequencing, others just centralized sequencers, some of them with privacy, others with less privacy. I mean, here you have a full options, each one with its own native token. I mean, here you open a full world, a full ecosystem of chains that can connect all together, and I think this would change very much the blockchain space.
Okay, so you see you're super bullish on that.
Absolutely. This is. I mean, we need to see how long it will take to build all that, but we are on it, and this is. I think this is where the blockchain space is going to.
I tend to agree with that. Does anybody want to add something to that?
I just want to maybe reference the title of the panel, which is account abstraction and layer 2, and I actually think there's going to be quite a nice synergy between the two, where account abstraction will enable like this entire layer 2 roll-up ecosystem to get abstracted away from users. Because users don't want to remember, okay, I used this app on this one roll-up and have my assets on this other roll-up, and account abstraction can not just abstract accounts, but then also abstract chains. So we're still quite early, but I think that's
a really good point. Yeah. That's a really, really good point.
I agree to that point, and I think, you are the authority on this, obviously, but that sounded complicated to me. And what I worry about is if we make this ecosystem too complicated for our developers, A, and also our consumers, B, that is going to stifle mass adoption, really. And it's like, do we go purist and build it perfectly, or do we build it in a way that's going to actually work and actually be used? So I think, yeah, fine. If we're able to put an abstraction layer at the top, which then simplifies things again for the users, then that's fine. But I think having the idea of like many different approaches that are all kind of basically trying to do the same thing, kind of in a bit of a competitive way, is just, to my previous points about open source and stuff, it's just not the way that I've seen things work well in the past.
Well, here we can talk always about the technical side. I mean, how the internet works or how blockchain works. Yeah. And the other is the friction from the user. I think that here we all agree that if we want this technology to be mass adoption, the friction for the end user should be zero or something close to zero on that. And here is where all the account abstraction protocols and some other things, but especially the account abstractions, where it makes a lot of sense. I mean, account abstraction, you read the protocol itself. It's not an easy protocol. It's complex. It has a lot of pieces and a lot of super smart contracts all together. But at the end, okay, this is the technology. It can be some high technology, difficult technology, but at the end, is about looking at the user and letting the user and reducing the friction for the user. So the user just, download the wallet and they just start using immediately and without thinking about the fees, thinking about who pays the transactions, who has the fees,
Or
what
login
smart
with Google
contract you have.
Exactly.
I think this is very much about that, and this is why the account abstraction is it's important. It's a fundamental piece in the space.
100%. I couldn't agree more. And then the last thing that is not in the title, but I think is equally important, is privacy preservation. So we only have 3 minutes and a half, so maybe if I can give the voice to someone. Maybe Jordi, it seems like maybe you're...
Yeah, I mean, privacy is fundamental value, and I fully agree that without privacy, it's going to be difficult to have an internet of value on that. I mean, you don't want to share. I mean, if you are a company, you don't want to share all the transactions you are doing. So privacy, some sort of privacy is fundamental.
Yep.
Here, I mean, the question then is how you solve the privacy, and the other question is how you, because there is always this balance between privacy and security. I mean, you want privacy, but at the same time, you want security. And here, again, zero knowledge, but not for scalability. Zero knowledge for privacy. This also solve very much this balance. I mean, with zero knowledge, you can have both things at the same time without having to renounce. I mean, you can prove things. You can prove things without having to reveal all the information. You can prove that you are doing a transaction with the right KYC, with the right AML, with the right that you belong to the country, but you don't need to reveal anything about you when you are doing this transfer. And here, of course, here we are less advanced in this privacy in the space. Yep. But here, the zero knowledge has also a lot of things to say and a lot of value to add. But again, I think that in privacy, the space the space should push more on.
But as you were describing, right? We started with the layer 1, now we're going into layer 2s, and now there's going to be another dApp that maybe you can call it layer 3s, which might have other sort of mechanisms that rely on the underlying security of the other layers. So I think to me, that's a very possible world.
Just one point, I keep it super short, but I think the problem is people don't care about privacy right now. And that's because the use case currently in Web3, it's like DeFi speculations, API chasing. People just ramp on with an exchange, they do some stuff and go back. Like, in order to solve privacy, we need to introduce use cases like social use cases, messaging, non-financial use cases where actually people care more, or payments, like paying in a shop. Like, people care about privacy. They don't care too much when they ape into Compound or whatever right now. And then the solutions will follow the needs.
Completely agree. Completely agree. All right, so I think we can take one quick question. Anyone brave enough? There you go, she's brave.
If you have layer 1 that can do everything that layer 2 does, do you need rollups?
Sorry, questions?
If you have a layer 1 that can do everything that the layer 2 can do we need rollups?
The problem of layer 1s, when we are talking about layer 1s, is about consensus. And consensus doesn't scale well itself. So you need some, in order to scale, so if you want to have thousands of transactions per second, if you really want to reach consensus in a quite decentralized network, so you either put bigger machines, you do it more centralized, or you build that on a layer 2. In a layer 2, the nice thing is that in the consensus layer, you can have a very decentralized, with very small computers running a very decentralized network that rules this. And on top of that, following this consensus, you can have this execution, these rollups, this execution layer that can handle thousands of transactions. And in today's, this is the only way we know to scale blockchains, to scale consensus in a wide level. Okay, so that's not centralizing, or that's not making less. That's putting less nodes or bigger nodes, or even closer together. Okay? This is the balances. But this allows you to scale in infinity. I mean, theoretically, infinity scaling. I mean, the limitation is more in the data availability than in the execution.
Amazing. All right. Well, first, I want to thank the panelists for joining. Really, really interesting subject. I wish we had a couple more minutes. And yeah, thanks for the time.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. And now, I have promised you a treat at the end of the CV Summit 2023. And the treat is getting closer and closer and closer. This next panel will be an introduction to the treat I've been talking about. Will be an introduction and laying the groundwork for the live premiere of the movie Scale, Zero Knowledge and the Quest for the New Internet. This next panel will be moderated by the CV Labs ecosystem manager, Fabiola Luna Huerta. And she's being joined by all of the 3 founders of Polygon, co-founder and technical lead Polygon, Jordi Baylina. Co-founder of Polygon Labs, Antoni Martin. And co-founder and engineering lead of Polygon Labs, David Schwartz.
Hello, everybody. We are very excited because everybody has been looking forward for this block. And we have 3 entrepreneurs from Crypto Valley, very particular profiles, unique. So we have Antoni, the business leader, a former banker, and very, very prolific business developer. Jordi, you don't need introduction. Some of the most brilliant minds in the ecosystem. And David. David is one of the most prolific project managers. If you need something done in due time, David is the person to call. First question, and it's a very obvious question. When and how did you came to Crypto Valley?
I think I'm the first one that I arrived here. It was in 2018. And I came here. Well, I was involved in some white hacking, learning in the space, and I was just starting, and I wanted to be in the space somehow. And by that time, there was this idea of Crypto Valley, and for me was also, if you want to do things, for me, I had an interest to come here. Especially if you want to build companies, you are doing in audits, you are doing things like white hacking and so on. So you need some legal, you need to be sure what you are doing. You need to legal kind of a legal insurance. Okay, so Switzerland is a very good place to be. Here in Switzerland, the rules, the rules are made and the people follow the rules, and they don't change the rules every day. This is something obvious, but this don't happen in most of the countries, so that's a good thing to think. So I just came here, and the story was very interesting because I decided, okay, I want to try to see what are the options here in Crypto Valley, and I just took my laptop and just came here. And it was interesting because in one day, in the noon, I had already 2 jobs, because when you want to come here, you need to find some job. This is the easiest way to come to here, so I got 2 jobs. Then I meet a collocator, so that was already looking for some apartment here in Zug. And in the evening, I was in a meetup here in Zug, so I meet the community in Zug and so on. So in one day, I take off from Barcelona, and 3 weeks later, I already had the permission residence, and I start here. And from here, I start doing some audits. It was a very good opportunity to be here because a lot of companies come to here for creating the places and so on. I was like 1 year doing audits, and then I started a new project, a new startup, and then I just look for my friends, my colleagues, We did an MBA together like 10 years ago.
Only one?
And I mean, I saw that in the space require people, I mean, serious people, I mean, people that they deliver things, that they have the right things, and they have the business perspective, the business idea. So I meet these guys in the MBA. So just, hey guys, I'm building that. Maybe you need to. I need some help. Maybe you can help. And then is when I convince them to start the L3, and they just came here later on. Maybe you want to explain the story.
Anthony, so you came because Jordi took you here. What was the first company you opened?
No, well, we started Item3. In fact, we started at CV Labs. No, our bureau was there during 19 and 20. I arrived the 1st of January of 2020. And it was very easy to relocate my family and everything. Then on this sense, everything was really smooth. And then in November, David arrived.
Yeah, it was the last one. But everything seemed so simple that it was easy for me to decide. So very good.
Well, it's very simple life in Crypto Valley.
Yeah.
So you found the first company, and then it was, I mean, it was a transition to do something different, and then Hermes came to existence. Can you please tell us about this?
Our idea was to develop solutions on ZK, on zero knowledge proof. A very clear application is identity or privacy. This is how we started. But then afterwards, we saw that another application is Scalability, and we created Hermes. And Hermes is what we merged with Polygon.
So you did a merge with Polygon.
Yeah.
And what was the change from being a small startup, very strong and knowledgeable, I mean, very solid, technically speaking, and then to do a merge with a very big blockchain project?
This is one thing that we discussed a lot of times, but I think we had a very good technical solution, but not adoption. And this is what Polygon brought to us, no? All this capillarity. And I think this was a very good combination.
And David, how was it to transition from a small team to have such a big team inside Polygon to manage?
It's a different kind of activity, I would say. But we managed to structure the development in small teams, so we have similar experience, because we believe that innovation comes from teams that are focused on some specific development, and we had this clear. So Polygon respected a lot our way to develop and our methodology, so the results came because of this.
Fantastic. Well, we need to conclude the conversation, but just to close, I want to ask you in one word or in a few words, what is your, we are celebrating 10 years for Crypto Valley. What do you wish to achieve in the next 10 years?
Adoption. I mean, when we, so in 2017, I mean, I just make it the strategy of my life. I mean, it's what do you want to do in your life, and then you need to, okay, this is the thing. And for me, at that point, I decided that my life is about bringing this technology to the main people. I mean, as an engineer, you want to solve problems, you want to solve solutions. So here you have an amazing technology, and a technology that's incredible, that's evolving so fast, and so on. And but it's not in the people's, it's not in the people's pocket. People is not using it. People is not taking profit of this technology. So, okay, and it's okay. This what I want to do is okay. I want to bring this technology to the people. And here is what needs to be done in order to bring this technology to the people. And here, of course, comes identity, comes privacy, comes scalability, comes security. But scalability has been the focus. Probably because we had the opportunity to focus on scalability. And okay, you get the opportunity in scalability, switch gears, you go to scalability, and then you go. But at the end, the final goal is that people can use it, and at the end is change how the world is organized. And this is what this technology promises in the future. I don't know if it's going to be 5 years, 10 years, or 20. But this is a path, this is the way to go, this is where we are going, and this is my life, it's just going in that direction.
Yeah, I cannot say it in one word like Jordi. I will need more time. But no, I think he's totally right. And what we have discussed a lot of times, obviously, we have DeFi, we have supply chain, we have all the world of NFTs, but we see real use cases, especially in countries without infrastructure, and he was speaking about identity, all these things, where we think that our technology can be really a game changer, and it's one of our bets. Then in 10 years, I hope that we impact real use cases.
Fantastic.
For me, this reminds me the state when I started working in the internet wave. Everything was very complex, difficult, and then little by little it was becoming more mature and more simple. I wish we can do this in 10 years to boost adoption.
Amazing. And now we will have the pleasure to enjoy the premiere of a documentary that was made for Polygon, and it's called Scale, Zero Knowledge and the Quest for the New Internet.
Yeah.
So,
and Jordi will win the Oscar to the best actor.
yeah, they have simultaneous careers now. They have a new career path. Well, without further ado, we will go to the auditorium, and we will leave you with the movie. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks.
Yeah, for me, it's my life. Coding is. I mean, if I don't code, if I'm staying more, I don't know, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months without coding, I feel bad. It's like I need to code. This is the project of my life. Nobody believed that this could be possible.
We are trying to scale Ethereum.
We are trying to create a system that hasn't been created before, so therefore there is no pattern to follow.
This group already has a tremendous selflessness to them because they are so inspired by this belief that it's important to launch a protocol that is owned by the people and that is governed by the people.
Well, for me, Gaudí is probably my favorite artist. So I discovered Gaudí when I was a kid. I had the opportunity to talk with the architect that was building the Sagrada Familia, that was in charge of the Sagrada Familia. I remember the passion that he was talking about. You see a building of Gaudí and you see a different building. You don't feel that you are in a city. You feel that you are in a forest or in a field or with animals. For me, that's amazing, and it's a lot of math. It's a source of inspiration. But I remember this small square, this Latin square that's in one of the entries. All the rows, columns, and the diagonals, they add 33. This is very related to the math, some crypto, because it comes also number theories. But these are the math constructions that are nice and where everything matches, where everything fits.
So Polygon is a blockchain protocol that anybody can build on, anybody can deploy an application on. What this allows you to do is remove intermediaries and deploy applications open and accessible to the world.
Can you explain in simple terms what zkEVM is?
Not sure. Well, I'm David Schwartz, one of the co-founders of Polygon zkEVM. Well, zkEVM means that we are extending the capacity of Ethereum virtual machine, which is the engine to execute programs on Ethereum. But we are doing this in a second layer, and we are using a technology called zero knowledge to create these validity proofs that enable this layer 2 to certify that the transactions were executed in the same way as Ethereum. This mechanism creates efficiencies and the possibility to compress, so this is the cornerstone of scalability.
the layer 2 technology which we are trying to build, the scaling for Ethereum, zk is the holy grail for that. And the ultimate solutions which are going to really scale Web3 to millions and millions of users, that's going to be based on zk. I think that's a unanimous consensus.
Well, zkEVM is the first step for scaling Ethereum. It's bringing this technology to the world.
This is a special greeting from Barcelona. Hi, I'm Grace. I am the product lead of zkEVM. What we're doing here is creating a platform that allows applications to be onboarded and create a better user experience for the users. In essence, what we are enabling is mass adoption.
So the reality and how you kind of see this play out is that the experience of using blockchain should abstract away the underlying technology. So, you know, when you're playing a video game, right, you're not asking yourself, oh, is this AWS or Google Cloud? What's the latency here and all of that? You just want a great experience. You want to come in, be able to play that game, enjoy it, and leave. And that's what 99.99% of consumers will do. And so right now for blockchain, we're in an era where it's highly technical. So this is similar to the early days of PCs and computers where users were mainly hackers, enthusiasts, hobbyists, focused on building these out. But most people weren't interested in talking about RAM and memory and speed and hard drive space. I just need a computer and what can I do on it? And that's where scale happens, when the question moves from technology to the experience of users.
But this is like a car that you don't care how the engine works. It just works, right? This is exactly the same. Of course, you can take a look at the engine and you can love the engine, but for the end user, it's just a car that brings you from one place to the other.
The developers and builders in traditional tech companies primarily benefit from all of the built-in traction provided by users. What blockchain technologies aim to do is create a more equitable distribution of value, not only for developers, but also participants in these protocols, in whatever way they decide to spend their time and money. So traditional platforms and gaming companies will not only take the money a consumer is spending and capture all that value for themselves, but also other types of value like scraping data and their social graph. Until consumers recognize, yeah, you know what? I have put time and money into this passion, a game or social app, and I do deserve a fair share of that value I've created. As people live more and more of their lives online, they're coming to the understanding that blockchain technologies are a net benefit to them. And the whole point of technologies like Polygon zkEVM is to redistribute power more equitably across developers and users.
Right now we live in a world of systems. You belong to a system. That means that, okay, the system gives you things and you receive things from the system, and if you are in the system, then you are okay, but if you are just moving apart from the system, you are going to be killed by the system. If you are part of the community, you are building the community, you are creating the community, you are, you have the responsibility to improve the community. This technology allows you to have a world of communities. What's the difference between a system and a community? A system is that it's very difficult to change the system. I think in the working communities, people can live much better. And the blockchain technology is just a tool, it's just a piece, but it's an important piece that can enable to organize this world of communities. Catalonia is my country, is my people, is my culture. Sometimes we are a little bit pessimistic. We anticipate the loss even before the loss comes. That's a little bit the culture of Catalonia. But at the same way, Catalan culture is very much about overcoming the difficulties and thinking always in the future. All these values specific to Polygon are things that are very much of the Catalan values. Here is where improving this technology is motivation. This technology can help a lot to build this new Catalan state or this new Catalan community. But the cool thing is that this technology does not apply only to Catalonia, it applies to any community that wants to be free. We are at the classroom of UPC, Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya. This is where I studied the communications engineering. And actually in this class and in this place, I spent so many hours just learning. It's a lot about learning the basics, learning how to think, learning how to structure your head, and this is the place where all this happened in my life. It's a way to understand this complex math. It gives you a lot of structure. When I started in blockchain, and especially when I started to work a lot with zero knowledge, that I had to come back to all this math. You need to remind you need to be like a child again and to be a student again. Without this background, it was impossible to understand and to create the zkEVM. So without this place or places like this, zkEVM or even blockchain would not be possible. Well, I was born in Esquerra de l'Eixample. I mean, it's a good neighborhood in Barcelona. I come from a middle-class family. My father was, if not the first, maybe the second IT developer in Barcelona. When in Barcelona there were only 2 computers, my father had one. And I got fascinated, I mean, it's like, okay, I want to do that. He brings the old printers, they spend like a lot of paper and a lot of recycled paper. So he brings a lot of recycled paper. We use a lot of those papers just to write programs. So I'm just asking, hey, please tell me what program I can do. And my father just put me some exercise, I write, he corrects me. And maybe 1 year later, I convinced my father that let me go to his office and one day per week. He allows me to be in front of a computer and type the programs that I wrote in the papers and just test that everything was working. I could say that I'm like the first second generation of developers. My dad is an engineer. It's an engineer not only for the studies, but also for the mindset. I was the kind of kid that everything, asking whatever comes to my mind, I was just asking to my father. And he never ever stop answering anything. And that's why I think that my father influenced me a lot. He has been my guide and following his steps, and I'm still learning a lot from him.
The announcement that we're going to do, we are going to open source the code. We're going to open source all the work that we have been doing for the last year. After a year of hard work, we have been doing a lot of improvements. And actually, this is a big announcement today, is that we can say that the prover is done. We have Well, I just feel really good. It was an important milestone. We learned a lot, but this has just started. I'm absolutely proud. I have the best team in the world, and at the moment that you are able to have this amazing team, you feel really, 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 really good. It's amazing to be working in this Polygon family.
Pretty early on, the team at Polygon Labs realized that to go far, they needed to go together. They needed to get multiple teams involved in order to build the zero knowledge team. The founders, Sandeep, JD, Anurag, Mihailo, went out and acquired the best zero knowledge teams in the industry, like Hermes and Zero and Maiden, and brought them all together under one roof to solve this problem together. And that's really where the special sauce was made.
Everyone that's here is super talented, but also there's like very little ego. I think that there's like a shared understanding that we're sort of working to build the same thing, which is, a ZK-powered execution layer to scale Ethereum.
And it is all seamless and interoperable. That's our goal, to get there.
In a way, it might be a bit silly because now it's really faster than it needs to be. Like, we're
And the results speak for themselves. So Plonky 2, which is the proving system pioneered by Zero, is a breakthrough in ZK proving implementations. But more importantly, the technology was adapted to help make Polygon zkEVM just work. The most prominent minds in blockchain had estimated that zkEVM was years away from even being possible. And in fact, at points in their journey, the team probably felt that way as well. But by putting these groups together and these different thinkers with different backgrounds and different understandings of the problem, it was able to be solved on an extremely accelerated timeline.
Hello, my name is Antonio Martí. I'm Polygon zkEVM and Polygon ID co-founder. Worked 17 years at the banking sector. And then during the MBA is where I met Jordi and David. Jordi was the pioneer, and each time he was asking us, okay, this is the future, he was explaining us all what this was bringing into the world. He said, okay, theoretically, I have a solution. Theoretical solution, and I know how to go. At that point is when Polygon reached out to us. Thanks to this merge with Polygon, we received a lot of funding, a lot of support, and this helped us to hire better people, very powerful people, very senior, and this is how we have been able to deliver before we expected.
This is really interesting because the environment, the collaborative environment that we created inside Polygon from the technical perspective was really productive. And I could say that without Polygon, it would be very difficult to do this project.
Today we are in Stanford, where this afternoon I will give a conference in the Stanford Blockchain Week. This is a very important conference, especially in the blockchain research field. Stanford is one of the top universities in most of the modern cryptography comes from research made here in Stanford, so they have a huge reputation in many cryptographic fields, and many of them that we are using for building the zkEVM. Since Paris, it's quite clear that we are leading this effort of building the zkEVM and the layer 2. Here we had a really positive reaction from the community. The work is not finished yet, but it was a huge step and we got a lot of recognition. We are right now in Berlin. Has been two months since the big announcements, and yeah, we're continue working hard.
Jordi is a very nice guy. He's one of my best friends, and we have been starting this together with Anthony. Thanks to the merge with Polygon, we have an amazing team now. Well, this project has many challenges. We are putting something together that never has been done before. The challenge to adapt something like zero knowledge as an engine for the zkEVM is super complex. At this stage, we are working super hard to prepare for the public testnet. This is the next milestone for the project. We are struggling with some issues because it's normal, it's a very complex project. We are getting to the limits of the technology. The prover is underperforming at this stage, which will be probably the main topic for the next months and probably years, because we want to scale Ethereum.
When you develop a project that's a new project like this one, you find a lot of problems. I don't even like to call them problems. As an engineer, we like problems because we like to solve that problem. So when you face a problem, it's a good news. It's okay, we have a problem, we have a new challenge, so that's exciting. What's not exciting is when you don't find solutions. Then things, you get a little bit more nervous. But there is always solutions. You can always try to work around, do the things differently, just try to see it in a different way. So when you put this team together and you talk about the specific problems and you try to solve them in a team way, it's even easier to find solutions.
Just think about Jordi, who is just beloved by the entire community for all of his contribution from the earliest days of Ethereum. He is a force unto himself. And just looking at David, who is a great product lead and a thought leader, all of the contributions that they made and what Anthony has been able to do on the business side, it's hard not to be charmed by this group of individuals who have come together with these incredible backgrounds and bring such various skills to the table. Not to mention Daniel and Brendan and Bobbin and their own individual geniuses and talent. This is a tremendously selfless group that has come together to launch a public protocol that is owned in common and can be used by everyone. And when your life's work is devoted to building something in order to give it away, that's a very rare thing.
I think Polygon really saved Ethereum. And you need to think that Ethereum didn't scale, and there were a lot of applications and a lot of projects that wanted to build on top of Ethereum, but Ethereum didn't scale, so they had no option. Chains like Polygon that were not perfect, okay, they sacrificed part of the security,
but they help a lot of these applications to continue building and having them an option. And here we need to recognize the role of Polygon.
For me, it's the most exciting day in the last years.
You don't like to steal life. And in the last weeks, I feel a little bit like I steal some lives from some families. But at the same time, I'm super proud of the team we have. At this point is when you see that you are not alone, that you have a full team there.
I'm very glad to announce that since now, we open a public testnet from the zkEVM.
Well, we're in a very important moment in the journey because yesterday we announced the public testnet. Right now the system is anybody can use the system and anybody can work with the system. In July we open sourced it. That was very much for coders and for more technical people, just to take a look at the work we made. But at this point you can use the system. It's a system that's going to be working when it's in mainnet. So, and we published it yesterday. We did a demo, and this is a really important milestone.
We are leveraging all the Ethereum space. We want to scale Ethereum. That's the goal of this. We want to bring Ethereum to the world.
Blockchain technologies are considered to be very wide attack surface for the hackers. So it's super critical to have a very good security review or audit for whatever you're doing. And the zkEVM is brand new, it's a novel technology. So not a lot of people on the market know how to do the security reviews for them. So it's very hard stuff. On a security review of zkEVM has a lot of components. Polygon zkEVM is very secure. These kind of audits, they push forward the experience and the knowledge of the auditors themselves, because simultaneously we learn a lot while we do the security review. This was one of the most interesting audits we've done so far. The team itself is like super great.
The idea behind everything that Polygon Labs does is to eventually give it all away. And that's hard for people to wrap their head around because they're like, that makes no sense. That's not a business. And when it comes to launching blockchain protocols, it is possible to plan to give it all away. That's the only way that a protocol can become a self-sustainable public good. Without a single central entity that captures value and keeps it running, blockchains like Polygon need to be run by the people and governed by the people. For those who work on decentralized protocols or are contributors for decentralized protocols, it is very important that you don't think selfishly and that everything you do comes with some kind of selflessness.
Last night I couldn't sleep. I think I sleep like 3 hours, 4 hours. Well, today is the day.
Today is the culmination, let's say, of the last 3 years of work and of our dreams, our tears.
Oh my God, emotions, there are so many of them.
Well, today is a very important day for the team, for Polygon overall. I would say even for the industry.
I think today is a day to celebrate. I mean, today is a day where we should be with the team, we should be together, we should be with the community and to enjoy the day. Tomorrow, all new challenges will start, but today is a day to celebrate.
This is the project of my life.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to CK 2.0. This is a joint event with ETH Global that celebrates the launch of Polygon zkEVM mainnet beta.
2 years ago, nobody could bet. Even myself, I had doubts in if this could be possible or not.
The zkEVM that we're delivering today is absolutely practical. That has been always the main concern with zkEVM. Whether it's possible to build, and if it's even possible, whether it can be practical. Will we need a data center to generate these proofs?
No, I never had the sensation that it was not possible, because I believe Jordi.
Just actually hand it over to the actual hero and the person who made his mission to deliver this zkEVM. which is my good friend and co-founder, Jordi Baylina. And thanks everyone again.
Thank you, Mihailo, for those words. Yeah, I'm not the hero. It's like I'm just an engineer, just trying to scale Ethereum.
It's great to know that you have reached your milestones, that you have reached your goals. It gives you such a sense of achievement, and it makes you very proud to be part of this team, because this team is absolutely awesome.
We were like dreaming for today. Today is the launch. We get from nothing to something.
So in order to do the real launch, to invite Vitalik to do the symbolic first transaction.
Okay, let's see how this works. And then confirm.
zkEVM is a novel technology. It's not like you can follow a pattern because you understand and predict what's coming next or what's needed. It's more exploration. It's a trial and error. We are trying to create a system that hasn't been created before, so therefore there is no pattern to follow. There is an implicit war between zkEVM rollups. And I don't see it like that, honestly. I feel that every project is doing really great things. There's no one way of getting this done. There's so many different ways, and I feel that everyone is finding their own way to get there. So I will say all of us deserve credit for achieving this milestone. We invite all of you to build on Polygon.
Try Polygon zkEVM today and start building out.
Welcome on board. We hope that you can join us, that you experiment on top of us, and you are more than welcome to reach out to us in case it's necessary. Welcome.
I'm very excited to tell you that finally Polygon zkEVM beta is in mainnet is live. It's not the final. I would say it's more the beginning. I don't think that the technology development will stop, never. Well, zkEVM is the first step for scaling Ethereum, or said in other words, is bringing this technology to the world so that the people will start being able to use this technology in everyday life.
What a wonderful premiere, ladies and gentlemen. And with this, we have reached the closing of the CV Summit 2023. It is my great privilege to welcome up on stage Mathias Ruch. So, what do you think about these 2 days and the CV Summit 2023?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm back with my notes from this day. It's not going to take too long. For me, today was really inspiring. I think one of the mottos was Trailblazers. Let me maybe start with the very first panel that we had. I really like what Alex said, that Silicon Valley has Stanford and Zug will have the Blockchain Institute. So I just like the the tone and the vision of it. And what they also said is that we will have the Institute the same time next year. So in a year time, they're quite confident that we're gonna be there. And then, for me, was really impressive is look what's happening in our space right now. So of course, people would probably say it's quiet and the bear market is keeping things calm, but I think quite the opposite is true. So people are building and it's brilliant what they're doing in this bear phase, and I think we saw the proof of it this afternoon. I am really inspired also by the movie that we have just seen. And then of course we have like really important milestones in my opinion. We had Fabian, the ERC20 creator that introduced ERC725, enable better user interfacing with Web3. I really think we need that. And so that's a great step. AI is here. I mean, that's nothing new. What I find really interesting is the intersection between blockchain and AI. That's where I think lies a lot of future use cases that we don't see these days. And then on the other hand, while we first world are really looking into AI and monitoring it deeply, developing stuff, we can see in the less developed world that people are actually really building towards utility, very different use cases that we see there. And I think that is also one of the advantages of blockchain, that you can really help certain areas in this world to make a next step. And then hearing from the protocols what's coming, I thought that was really interesting. Dominic said interoperability will come, but consolidation as well. From an investment perspective, I'm convinced that this consolidation will come. We don't need hundreds of blockchains, basically. And Lehman said, we need the tech invisible for users, which goes to the direction that we need better UX, and I completely agree. And maybe to also make the bridge to the very beginning, 10 years Crypto Valley, Jordi said when he was on stage why he's here in Crypto Valley, he said they have rules and then they don't change them every day, and he was referring to Switzerland, so I thought that was funny. And in 10 years from now, Fabiola asked him again, what do you want to achieve? And he said adoption. And I'm really very positive that we can have this adoption in 10 years. So that's my conclusion. We're building, adoption will come, and I'm really excited about what we heard today.
To another 10 years of
Crypto
Crypto Valley.
10 years, exactly, yes.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for this CV Summit. Thank you for attending. Thank you so much to our partners, and thank you for doing this great job, to my team, to our team. I think it was a really good, well executed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Melchior. Thank you.
Thank you. A great hand for Mathias, Ruch. Thank you so much. And now I invite all of you to continue networking. This is the last opportunity you'll get at this CV Summit, either outside on the terraces of the casino, or you will join us at a side event. At the Unpaired NFT Gallery, you can join us at the Rigistrasse 2 or Rigistrasse 2 in Zug. It's just 3 minutes from here. It's a gallery opening, and many of us will still join you there for further networking. Now, ladies and gentlemen, also from my side, a warm thank you, and I'm really looking forward to seeing all of you again at the CV Summit 2024 next year.
See you next year. Thank you.